You and I, we go back, and I think that I let your smiling face. Now that we've all grown, I must apologize. We no longer fit. You and me drifting away like those kids shows we no longer watch, and those memories we made, I promise you I'll remember. Feeling the night, wanna hold you on. Feeling the night, gotta just move on. Gotta remember the night, it'll soon be gone. Feeling the night, remember what we've done. I know it's the old days, I know hurts without you, I know hoping for a future when the pain is gone. You is like those nights that I always kept some with me to give whenever you felt hungry, even though I never liked that kind. We wanted to go all the way to you, need to chase our dreams, and I hope that you're reaching those goals that we set, 'cause I want you to do well. Feeling the night, wanna hold you on. Feeling the night, gotta just move on. Gotta remember the night, it'll soon be gone. Feeling the night, remember what we've done. I know it's the old days, I know hurts without you, I know hoping for a future when the pain is gone. And you were doing well, even though I'm no longer with you. I love that you kept that shut. I wonder what other
Alright. Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me? Do you hear me? Do you hear me? Do you hear me?
Squiggly wiggly boggle tea bloop glorp and goblins.
Agreeable grunt. Squibbity wibbity wibbity wibbity. Squibbity boobity. Squibbity wop wop wop. You probably hear a Louie. It's okay. He's fine. He just wants to be in the room, and I'm gonna play a rage game, so I can't have him here right now. I got Akari to work. She's so cute. Akari will comfort me during this harsh time. I also have a cotton candy Alani, which is now starting to warm up, so I'm gonna start sipping on it before it gets too warm. I'm gonna need it. Yeah, I'm gonna need it. I've got a soda. It's cocoa pepper, my favorite combination. And I've got a water, big water. And I've got cotton candy. Alani, and we're gonna see how I do. See if I can handle whatever's to come, or if I crash out really fast. If I crash out fast, we're gonna play Yumaneko and chill out with that. But if I do really well, then I don't know. We'll get really far. I've just turned it on and made sure that it functions well with everything. I have not actually tested controls or anything, so yeah. You'll be fine. I hope so. I hope so. I'm gonna switch. Alright. Got my little effect going on. I've got... It should change lighting on me as I play the game. My computer was acting a little weird, so I'm hoping it was in the moment and everything's fine. I'll shut this off. And you guys can already hear the game, I think. Here we are. All right. I've only seen a little bit of Pippa playing it, so we'll see. Easy. Hold R to stable ground to return to previous checkpoint. It's for children and babies. Normal, no checkpoints. Hard, no checkpoints, extra hard map. I'm actually gonna change it to just this is affecting the lighting. Alright. It was the free Pippa themed malware in the game that's making it act up. Okay. Hello, Gamazel. How are you today? Do I want to be a baby? Or do I want to... bluey, it's fine. We'll go numeral. I'm gonna hate myself. Use A and D for moving. Oh, fucking Jesus. Move the mouse. Wait. Okay. To swing the sword. Space or W to jump. Start with easy, and if it feels right, move to normal. I should have done that, shouldn't I? Is this by chance the named his involving after the streamer or something else? I'm doing good about how it's named after Pipkin Pippa. Pipkin Pippa. I'm doing alright. Oh god. What? Space or W? Maybe W will be easier. Hold on. Okay. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Hold on. Oh, fuck. Oh, I was almost there. I hear things but still see the menu. Oh, fuck. Hold on. Why? Is it gonna be a dickbag to me? I'm like stuck in the game. Hold on. Okay. Why do these games do this to me? Okay. It's okay, I didn't get very far, so we're not missing much. I hear things but I still see the menu, but I see your mouse moving. That's awkward. Do I have anything up? Not really, the value. So we'll do it this way. Alright. You guys see... Oh! Oh no, it's saved! Okay. Is it just named after her? No association playing as her. You do play as her. She got a new model just to go with it. Gonna be staying for at most 2 nights somewhere starting tomorrow. Where are you staying? Well, I mean, you know, vague, don't dox yourself, but it was a game that she had made for her current night model. You actually do play as her. There we go. Yeah, okay. Okay, so this is jump. This is move. This is where I'm having trouble. Oh god, why do you go backwards when I do that? Yeah, you like... Right. Hold up. Okay. Okay. Left click to use a power attack and launch yourself. Yeah, I did that and it scared the shit out of me. Why does it go backwards? Oh. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh. What a strange... Oh, there's two swords happening. Eh? Uh, 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 uh. Hold on. Hold. It's fine. It's fine. Oh god. Oh, I have to be on the ground to do that. That's a... Okay. No, no. No. Okay, but like... Listen. Oh, okay. I see. I see. Okay. Zen. I'm just gonna get a little drink. Right. Oh dear. Okay. So then... How am I supposed to clear that? Oh, that's scary. Okay. No. No. No! That's fine. What? Dizzy was screaming at this game? Okay, that's fine. Alright. It's fine, you know? It's fine. Great, I've charged up my soured. I've charged up my soured. Oh no. Why are you going backwards? That's what I would like to know. I want to go this way. Oh. Tex! Okay. I did it. Y'all, I did it. Oh no. This is unfortunate. Okay. There's gotta be a different way. Let's go back. Okay. This might be the easier way. So let's... Oop. 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 I hate myself. No! Okay. Why are you doing that? Woman! Woman! Control yourself! It's fine, you know? No! Listen. There's like a momentum thing, and I've just got to get used to it. You know? Yeah. Yeah, there's a momentum thing. See, this is the harder part, because... No. This is like getting over it. There's like a momentum thing. It's fine. Yeah, I don't want to project that way. Yeah, see that? Super jump. What, this? This that wants to do whatever it wants to? See, it has this radar thing. It's kind of like a dick bag. Alright, maybe this was the better option. Hold on. Or not. Wait, what? Can I pogo stick up? I would love to let you know that. Hold on. Wait. We're yumping? We're yumping? We're yumping? We're yumping? Okay. We're yumping. I'm cheesing it. Okay. We cheesed it. We've yumped. Where the fuck do I go from here? Okay. It's fine. Looks like I go over there. But like... Nope. Oh my god. No. No. Oh no! Girly pop, please. Okay. No! Walk! Okay. This is fine. It's fine. What does shift do in the game? I just want my... That. Shift B is shifting the actual screen. Okay. They didn't say that in the instructions. I'm either gonna ruin this for myself, or it'll be fine. Ooh! No, no, no! Nope. I am playing, yes, anime and getting over it. No! Oh, you fucking... It's fine, 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 it's fine. Nope. Yep. But now we have nowhere to go. You literally have to go the other way. That's a bit frustrating. Unless, like... Nope. Unless there's, like, a yoink... No. There's not a yump. You have to You have to yump the other way. Yeah, you have to yump the other way. That's that's really... That's fine. It's fine. No. We'll just yump the other way. If I can even get back. Gee, okay. What the fuck? It's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Oh. Oh! Okay. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. This is free, y'all. If you want to also suffer, I don't know if anybody wants to suffer, but if you want to show me you're better, it is free. Okay. Why does it point like that? I'm like, it should go up, right? Uh-oh. Why is everything dying? Are you guys still there? Okay. Just my model's dying. Alright, my model's stuck, but we continue on. Got it. Alright. I've gotten through this. I can do this. We're Gucci. Okay. We're yumping. We're yumping. We've yumped. No! No! Dang it! Yeah. Agreed. Oh no, I'm back at this fucking area. No. This music is too joyous. No, no, no! Ugh. Okay. These games are just all patterns, bro. They're all patterns. It's fine. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. No! No! It's okay. No, no! No. Ugh. There we go. Okay. Run, little Pippin, Bibba, run! You've got this, hero. I sure hope you don't have anywhere to be. Don't have anyone to save, because it's gonna take me a while. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Beep, 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 bum, beep, 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 beep. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, 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 beep. Excuse me. Sorry. Okay. Boop.
Awa wa wa wa.
No. No! Oh, fuck. Ugh. We're not wah-wah-wing. We're not going ah or whatever the fuck Jilly does. No! Whatever. Oh, hold on. It's better if I do this. Really, you got this? Oh no, oh no, man. Oh no, man. Bruh. Oh no, man. Oh no, man. Don't feel like it. Oh no. Shit, bro. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. I probably should have gotten a controller. I don't even know if it supports it, but I feel like I would have had a lot more control for this platformer if I did. But then again, it has the rotating shit, so probably not. What are you? What? Are you winning? I am. I am. You know, I'm doing so good, guys. I'm doing so wonderful. I'm doing wonderfully. How are you two, Leon? Is your day going well? Lee. Okay, time to go again. Let's see how far I get this time. Hot day today? Yeah. What region are you in? What region are you in? Austria? Oh, wow. That's cool, actually. Is it like rainy hot, or is it just like dry heat? Yeah, Louis adding a little bit of flavor to my background. Just dry hot? Ew. At least it's not humid, though. Okay. No! No. No! No! Fuck off. I said it like Homer Simpson. Oh god. Please no. No. No! I'm gonna explode. And it's gonna be awesome. Everybody ready? Here I go. Fucking free me from this hell. Free me. Why is it all brown? Give me something to look at while I'm stuck in hell. Can you do the super drum straight up or only in other directions? I don't fucking know. Let's take a peek. Oh, you fucking bitch. Where that red arrow is where I can go. Or where I end up going, I should say. Yeah, see the red arrow? Looks like a clock. Ho, 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 ho. Okay. We spamming? We spamming? Okay. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. We're back where we started. It's good, 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 it's good. Don't explode, Kifé. It is not healthy for you. You know? I'm not really looking out for my health right now. Just ready to do something extraordinary. Go out in a blaze of glory like a hero should. Bitch, your sword is up. I have it pointed up. Why are you registering the not sword? No. No. I am a happy camper. Everything's going right. This is just my training arc. My training arc. Think of kittens. I love kittens. I have a big one meowing at the door and distracting me. He's a lovely kitten. Oh boy. I sure do love kittens. Okay. Okie dokie. Here we go again. Everyone ready? Actually, I am actually going to take a moment to exercise a moment of self-reflection and evaluate what has happened in the past almost hour and use it as a learning experience for future movement. A positive mentality, if you will. Alright. Alright. It's okay. Everything's fine. Or not. Everything could be bad. Fuck. Everything could be awful. Thanks, Eli. Bitch. You're not gonna let a little bit of fucking terracotta stop you from achieving your goal, okay? You're not gonna let Goddess Gaia stop you from getting to your destination and saving who you need to save, because I'll be fucking damned if I'm gonna lose to fucking terra firma instead of an actual monster. I refuse. I refuse. No! Why did I jump there? Oh, you... That was me. That was me. I'm antsy. No? No. 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 We were having a good day. No. No. This way's easier anyway. It's fine. This is the easier way. No, no, you're good. You're good. You're good. You're good. You're good. That's the fun of these things. That's the fun of these things. I need to learn to exercise mental fortitude in order to achieve my goal. And that is just helping me in my training arc to achieve said goal. Bah. Loop. Alright. I can't be trigger happy here. Also, my headphones keep falling off. And I know that's distracting. So there we go. Okay. That is fixed. We cannot just be trigger happy. We have to be calculated. There's a thing at the end that I have to hit specifically in order to be able to jump and keep going. These break. Oh, don't do that. How about no? Alright, so... No, why did I short jump? Oh, dear. Okay. No, I know what I have to do. It's okay. It's okay. Everything's fine. I am not a gamer. I am a gamer. I love gaming. This is not my preferred element. I love platformers. They're really fun. But this is not my preferred element. This is not the environment in which I thrive best in. But that's okay, because when we try new things, we expand our horizons and we become better people because we have achieved new things and therefore have become more interesting from that. All right. Okay. 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 No! I don't want to do that. That's not what I want to do. That's what I want to do. And that. No! 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 Fuck! No! 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 It's okay. I now know that it's more brown earth. So I have something to look forward to. This music? Annoying, that's what it is. Fucking okay. Yay. Ippy, 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 ippy. pee pee pee. Yay! Yay! Pee 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 pee. Okay. Ah! Okay. Ippy. I remember this place. I remember this place. You remember that time that we went up the chute full of ground that falls? Do you remember that? No! Stop freezing! You don't have a right to freeze. We haven't gotten anywhere. You can freeze when we actually get somewhere of importance, and then I can really get pissed off. That's when you can freeze. No. Y'all. 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 What the fuck is this shit? What am I supposed to do on it? Am I supposed to pogo off that shit? No. No. No! I fucking hate. Mm. Okay. It's fine. It's fine. Oh. Is there like hidden buttons? Why can't I just jump up? That's my thing. Like, I can jump up, but why can't I like vault up? Like... It's like, that's the closest, but then like, I get... Hold on. I get somewhere like... Like here, and it's like... Mission Impossible, like, that doesn't have an option. So I have to... I have to do that shit. Which I guess is fine. But like... Bitch, please, like... We're gonna get back to where I was, and then I can assess what I need to do at a later date for the spikes. And we'll cool down with Human Echo. 'Cause I'm fine. It makes sense, you know? Get back to your last checkpoint and then start over. Not over, but like at a later date when you have a cooler head. Which I'm fine. But like, you know. Oh. You sassy bastard. No. No. No, 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 no. Okay. Oh, hold on, hold on, hold on. All right. All right. We're back where we were. We'll let me let me reset my model. Fucking hey, bro. Oh, dear goodness. It's fine. It's fine, 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 it's fine. It's fine. Uh. Dear goodness. I've only played like one game like that. And it's about the same level of I'm not good at this. Okay. Let me update the game. I mean, go ahead and give it your best shot. I would love actually to hear your best shot at that. I don't know if you're good at rage games, but yeah. Let's put a little effects on. Brown. 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 Wow wow. Meow meow. Meow meow. Hello. Hello. Meow. Meow. Alright. I want this effect. I think it'd be pretty sick to do this effect. And we're gonna do the Yumaneko. Like that. And I would like my book. My book. My book. So I want to pull out Misa book. Floating book. Yeah. Alright. What do you think of this, guys? You think it's kind of cool? You think it's kind of cool? Does it look kind of cool? I should probably take off my swirly eyes. I forget which one it is. This one? No, this one. There. I think it's kind of cool. Alright. Gaming. Dupe. Imaneko. Dupe. Yeah, no. That was something else. I hated that. Start. Load. How cool would it be if we ended chapter 1 for once? If you ask me as a woman, then while I'd like to be understanding of father's feelings of true love, it'd leave mother in an awkward position. I agree. Cheating is cheating. Oh, for catch up. So they're hiding out in the grandfather's study because it has only 2 keys and they have both keys. And oh, hard eyes. Cool. They only have 2 keys. And there's only... I should be able to pull it up. Yes, so there's only Natsuki left, Jessica left, George left, Battler left, Maria left, Kumasawa, Genji, and Nanjo. Everybody else died. Everyone else died. So, they're trying to survive until the morning because that's when the monsoon should be over, and then they can get on a boat and head out and let the police kind of take over the fact that all these murders occurred and whatnot. They found out that the reason that the grandpa, which is... Oh, Jesus. Oh my goodness. Did they show, like... Oh my goodness. Okay, well, alright. Kinzo did all this black magic stuff because he had a concubine who he loved dearly and not his wife, and he wanted Beatrice to live forever, so he did black magic, tried to bring her back to life because she died, and I guess now she's wreaking retribution. So that's where we are. No way to make it pretty. Yeah, that's right. Gotta feel sorry for grandmother. So, have there been any rumors about a child between Beatrice and grandfather? The keyword Beatrice has been hidden in every corner of this case. So it's natural to suspect some relatives of hers. No. I have not heard of anything like that. If there was one, a memento of his most beloved person, he surely would have given them all of his affection. Let me get Louie, because now I can. Oh my goodness. Everything is so bad. I know. Yeah, I know. Why don't you take a nap while we do this, huh? Why do you always have to scream? My big boy. My big boy. My sweet big boy. Do you want to say hello? Say hello. Do we want to say hello? You're so sweet. You're so sweet. Big orange cat. Big silly boy. I'm gonna read you a story. It's a scary story. Alright. Come to think of it, that reminds me of a rumor I heard. You know it, right? The story about how grandfather heavily supported an orphanage called the Fukuen House. Enough of that. That is nothing more than slander, which would desecrate father. It cannot be on the desk. Tell us, Aunt Natsuhi. I think even you'd agree that this is no time to hide things from each other. It's a worthless story. Father made massive donations to an orphanage and had the orphans employed as servants at the head family to give them some on-the-job training experience. The story in question is simply some drivel spread by fools who claim that father was using those orphans for some filthy hobby. For a while, some guys even said he was collecting human sacrifices for his black magic. And he really is doing weird experiments and ceremonies in this room all the time. So I half believed it myself. And these servants who came from the Fukuen house are... There are several of them, but Shannon and Cannon were the two scheduled during the family conference shift. To resurrect Beatrice, he brought in servants from an orphanage as human sacrifices. After all, everyone grandfather selected as a servant was young, about the same age as Shannon or Cannon. I was sure it was because grandfather had some bizarre hobby. Jessica, mind your words. When Aunt Natsuhi scolded her, the atmosphere instantly went sour and everyone fell quiet. However, something was tugging at the back of my mind. Sacrifices. Sacrifices. Are you not happy? Why? What? Come here. Human sacrifices brought over from an orphanage. What is it? Freaky words like sacrifices don't pop up often, and yet I've seen or heard that word recently. Some part of my memory is tugging at me. Hey, Beatrice, what do you know? I'd arrived in front of the portrait of Beatrice. It wasn't as massive as the one in the entrance hall. But that portrait, which must have been drawn by some famous painter, was just as intimidating as the smaller size. Below it, just like in the entrance hall, was the epitaph that suddenly hinted at the location of the hidden gold. Sacrifices. Here. What the hell, Battler? You're creeping me out. 6 sacrifices. Both my eyes were wide as plates. Everything had been predicted right there from the very beginning. What are you doing? Come here. Stop making a mess. Come here. You come here. No mess making. No mess making, sir. No mess making. No. I will kick you out if you continue to make a mess. Everyone crowded around, and the same expression of shock rose to all our faces. That's right. It's right there in the epitaph. On the first twilight, offer the 6 chosen by the key as sacrifices. There's no doubt. 6 people died in the beginning. And everyone on the shutter where the magic circle was drawn, no, where the Hebrew was written, it mentioned the offering of sacrifices.
I've been saying that from the beginning.
That's right. Maria said it right at the start. Right after we found the 6 bodies, when Maria was in the parlor watching TV, she said it.
Oh, the culprit isn't human.
It's just the sacrifices chosen by the key. This has nothing to do with the location of the hidden gold. It's the instructions for a resurrection ceremony using black magic or something. After all, this epitaph requires a large number of deaths. It sure does. Even reading through it quickly, there'd be 6 plus 2 plus 5. 13 people who must die. How many people are normally on this island? It changes depending on the shifts for the servants, but there's Father, my husband, Jessica, and me. And 2 or 3 servants. Today and yesterday there was 5 of them, but there aren't normally that many. Which means that normally there wouldn't be enough sacrifices to carry out this ceremony. No, wait. There's that rumor that grandfather was collecting servants from an orphanage to be used as sacrifices in some creepy ceremony. So what does that mean? He increased the number of servants to increase the number of sacrifices and waited for the annual family conference when even more people would gather? Isn't now the only time of the year this ceremony could be held? When Jessica screamed this, Maria broke out into a creepy laugh, looking truly pleased.
Haven't you ever heard of people making bets to test their fate?
Like throwing a sandal and saying if it lands right side up, tomorrow will be sunny, or saying that tomorrow will be a good day if a coin lands heads up. There are many little superstitions like that. Sometimes, when your luck is down and you get bored, and you roll the dice and get 3 6s, you want to believe it's a portent of some miracle. When flipping a sandal, you'll have, at worst, a 50% chance. Even if you get it right side up, it's not worth much. But if you carelessly roll 3 dice and they all come up as 6, you might think that's a small miracle.
Magic works the same way. You must pray earnestly for an extremely unlikely result. Then the feelings from all those stored up prayers gain magical power and become incarnate. The magic that grandfather was trying to perform was probably like that. The key randomly selected sacrifices in a lottery. So to reduce the chance that he himself was selected, he chose the day with the greatest number of people on the island to carry out the ceremony.
Ridiculous. Are you saying this entire situation was caused by a mere ceremony for some bizarre magic? Natsuhi yelled. She couldn't quell the fear that a scorpion charm might be the only reason she was still safe. If I hadn't received that charm from Jessica and hung it from my doorknob, would I have been killed and mixed in along with those 6? And the strange part is, even though I hung the charm from the inside of my door, they couldn't get through that door. The culprit noticed the charm from outside the door and gave up trying to open it. A human couldn't have perceived that. A charm meant to stop something that was not human had done exactly that. Impossible, impossible, impossible. But Natsuhi, the epitaph clearly does continue to fit even after that. On the second twilight, those who remain shall tear apart the 2 who are close. Could this be talking about Ava and Hideyoshi? Painful as it may be, we must reach that conclusion. What are you doing? Yeah? And after the culprit killed them, they left the words from the third twilight and a letter there. That's right. After carrying out the second twilight, they left the third twilight in that place. The third twilight was, just like Aunt Natsuhi just read. On the third twilight, those who remain shall praise my noble name. If you read it this way, it just keeps going on, doesn't it? On the fourth twilight, gouge the head and kill. Gouge the head and kill. George's parents were killed with those demon ice picks gouged into their heads. But if they were the second twilight, someone else must have been gouged in the head. That's grandfather. He was burned in the incinerator, and our eyes were so drawn to that part we didn't notice. But his forehead... No, his head had been gouged. Grandfather was the victim of the fourth twilight. Then Cannon was, on the fifth night, gouged the chest and kill. We thought Cannon's case was unexpected counter with the culprit, but that's wrong. From the very beginning, they planned to lure someone out alone and drive something through their chest. If the culprit has followed the epitaph this far, does that mean 3 people still have to die? Let me let him out. I'm not letting you back in, mister. You are not coming back in. You're not coming back in. Goodbye. Goodbye. Goodbye, goodbye. Have you guys seen that Dubai chocolate IHOP pancake? Seems interesting. Time to eat food and get ready for Pal World. We'll have you in the background, yo. Enjoy your food in Pal World. I'm gonna make goulash tonight. It's gonna be pretty yummy. I hope your food is tasty and Pal World was fun. On the 7th twilight, gouge the knee and kill. On the 8th twilight, gouge the leg and kill. Yes, you could read it that way. Well, I wonder about that. After those three die, it reaches the 9th twilight. Take a look. On the 9th twilight, the witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive. We're all gonna be killed by Beatrice. I don't get it. Wouldn't that mean everyone dies no matter how many people there are? What was grandfather after? Doesn't this mean the ceremony would kill him too, no matter what?
It's okay if no one's left alive. On the 10th twilight, we arrive at the Golden Land.
I need to swallow, hold on.
On the 10th twilight, at Journey's End, you shall attain the power of the Golden Land's treasure, once and for the last time. The witch shall praise the wise and bestow 4 treasures. Grandfather wasn't afraid of dying. Look at the 2nd and 3rd of the 4 treasures.
One shall be the resurrection of all the dead souls. One shall be the resurrection of the love that was lost. So grandfather believes he would eventually be revived, even if he died partway through the ceremony. Ridiculous. That's insane. When you die, it's over, right? The dead don't come back to life. Isn't that a miracle humanity's been chasing after for thousands of years and still haven't accomplished? So, is this what it means? Something like you'll be able to meet them in the afterlife where they'll be restored? If what you're saying now is right, would that mean that grandfather, whose remaining life is slim and who's been driven mad by love, is committing suicide? No, a massive forced group suicide? Genji, is such a thing possible? I don't know. The master is a man who sometimes has the wisdom to see 1,000 years into the future. However, there are times when that appears to be nothing more than madness to commoners such as myself. Okay, should we take that for a yes? What do you say, Kumasama? I don't know anything. That's right, I don't know. Do you think I would be on this island today if I did know? I would have faked an illness or done something to take the day off. That's right. Girl, understandable. What about your opinion, Dr. Nanjo? You've been grandfather's friend for many years. I feel the same as Genji. Kinzo was a man who far surpassed ordinary people. I've even felt a sort of inhuman power from him at times. Even I don't know what Kinzo was thinking when he wrote that epitaph. All we can say is that even if Father did write this script, someone else is carrying it out. That's right. At the very least, there's another culprit who attacked Grandfather in canon. Furthermore, that person is still continuing the crimes, just as the epitaph says. The letter in the beginning that we didn't think deeply about. What was it that was written there? We thought back to the recitation of the letter last night. Beatrice had proclaimed something inside it. She had proclaimed that, according to her contract with Kinzo, she would collect everything of the Oshiromiya family as interest. But then she had also revealed a special clause. If someone discovered the location of the gold grandfather had hidden, that right would be lost. Then, when the letter was read, grandfather was still alive. But at that time, it had already been sealed with wax by the head's ring. Which meant grandfather had handed the ring over to Beatrice while he was still alive. If we take a straightforward approach, maybe we should assume Beatrice is carrying out what strange contract with grandfather guaranteeing her that right. In other words, this was the same as saying grandfather knew of and approved of the contents of that letter. In other words, it's basically a joint message from Beatrice and grandfather, telling us that Beatrice will start collecting interest if we don't solve the riddle. In other words, again, Grandfather and Beatrice were demanding that we try and solve the riddle of the epitaph. And if we couldn't, they were saying that the massacre would be carried out according to the epitaph. What does that mean? What do they want? I don't have a clue what it means.
Look, another letter from Beatrice.
Huh? What did you say? Maria was pointing at the top of the table where the canned food everyone had been eating just now still lay. A Western envelope from Beatrice certainly was sitting there, but so what? What in the... Aunt Natsuhi let out a hysterical cry, looking between her own hand and the table, because the envelope she had just opened was still grasped in her hand. So why is there still an envelope on the table? What the hell? What's going on, Maria? Where did that envelope come from?
Just now, I looked and it was lying there. Oh.
I don't know anything. I don't know anything. This isn't funny. There's only the 8 of us here. There's no way some 9th person snuck in. There wasn't enough time during the few seconds that we gathered around the portrait, right? Get back, all of you. Back against the wall. Natsuhi was pointing the rifle at Genji and the others below at them. Genji was overpowered, his face looking like he didn't have a clue what was going on. Of course, I felt the same, but a few moments late, I reached the same conclusion Aunt Natsuhi had. Until just a few seconds ago, there had been no letter like this on the table, and nobody entered this room. That meant somebody amongst us placed it there during the few seconds when everyone was looking away, preoccupied with the portrait. Battler, open the envelope and read what's inside. Sure. I picked it up. It was still sealed with wax. Even without disturbing its contents, I realized that this was an as-yet unopened envelope, an unknown envelope. Without relying on a paper knife, I tore it open and pulled out the letter inside. The contents were as followed. Are you enjoying the riddle of Kinzo's epitaph? As you all are probably aware, you have very little time remaining. Please abandon any naive hopes of escaping after the storm passes. This game can only end with my victory or yours. When time runs out, I will win by default. There will be no ties. Make sure that you do not misunderstand your current situation. That's what it says. It isn't clear who put this letter here. However, I have been able to narrow down the list of suspects. It's you all. Madam, that's just too horrible. Just before I moved towards the portrait, I set a can of food down here. At that time, there definitely wasn't anything as strange as this letter there. And at that time, Jessica, George, and Battler were already in front of the portrait. They didn't leave the spot in front of the portrait until the letter appeared. So the person who set the letter down is one of you 4. Beatrice is here.
Oh, we are Beatrice. Beatrice exists.
Silence! I don't know whether I should suspect one of you or all of you, but without a doubt, at least one amongst you is the culprit. That's right. There can't be a 19th person. There's no way witches exist. Even when Cannon was killed, yeah, that could be explained if Kumasama was the one who did it. The truth is that Kamasawa entered the boiler room with Cannon and killed him. And then she lied, saying she had already fallen when she got there. You're making a mistake, lady. Why would I do something like that? I don't have the slightest idea how my parents were killed in the closed room. But when they were killed, everyone except for the servants had an alibi. The only ones who didn't were the servants. But does that really mean it's okay to suspect them? Yeah, now that you mention it, they have no alibi for any of the cases. Should we really be so quick to make that judgment? But this time, in this room, in this place, in this moment, and in this minimally small bit of time and space, it's obvious. Only one of the four of them could have set the letter there in our blind spot. We can't tell who put it there, but it's obvious that one of the four did it. Natsuhi, please calm yourself. A lot has happened today. I understand how much strain it is on your mind right now. Oh? You earned a reward. Tap to claim it.
I got a badge. Ippy ippy.
Yay! Dr. Nanjo, it truly pains me to call you suspicious. However, you are Father's personal doctor and his closest friend. You have been by his side for many years. You might even know about Beatrice. Could you be hiding some kind of old obligation? Of course not. Calm yourself. It was pitiful to watch Dr. Nanjo frantically pleading his innocence. It was probably a normal reaction that anyone would give if they were suspected. Kumasawa was the same. Ever since Jessica voiced her suspicion of Kumasawa murdering Cannon, Kumasawa had been totally flustered. That was why Genji's still calm appearance looked so bold. Natsuhi pointed the barrel of the gun. Genji, you were grandfather's #1 subordinate. Was Beatrice an illusion you showed to father? With you as the performer? If by suspecting me you recognize me as Master's greatest servant, then I count it as a great honor, regardless of the circumstances. However, I am not the one who put the letter there. Do you expect us to just accept that? You must be the ringleader. Maybe Kumasawa and Dr. Nanjo are your accomplices. And Maria, too. Not content to suspect just the adults, Natsuhi pointed the gun relentlessly at Maria, too. But Maria acted as though nothing had happened. Or maybe she thought she would be fine even if she was shot. Maria. By this point, we can no longer remove someone from suspicion just because they're young. So for the last time, let me ask the question that everyone has had since last night. Yesterday, who was the Beatrice who handed you that letter?
Oh.
Maria, don't dodge the question. Make it clear. Who gave you that letter?
How many times do I have to tell you? It's Beatrice, the 1,000-year-old golden witch. If you want to know what she looks like, just turn around. See? She's right there. Beatrice is.
Don't mess with us, Maria. Enough, Jessica. Maria, too. Don't you understand this situation? What are you hoping to gain by saying stuff like that? Stop stirring each other up pointlessly.
I don't understand.
Oh.
Who do you all want the culprit to be? You only believe in Beatrice when you don't want to suspect one of your own. When you're trying to settle a grudge because someone who's close to you has been killed. Only then do you want to believe in a human you can attack with violence and deny Beatrice. That's why you can't see her. Beatrice exists. You all can't see her.
Silence. I don't want to label you as the culprit, but there is no longer any doubt that you enjoy making this situation unpleasant and are providing assistance to the enemy. Tongue-tied.
Then what will you do? Shoot me? I don't mind. Very soon the doors to the Golden Land will open. Then all the dead will be resurrected. Right now, death is nothing to be afraid of.
Mom, she's really suspicious. We can't keep her with us. But Aunt Natsuhi, please calm down. There's no reason to shoot Maria. Please remain composed. The letter was meant to provoke us. This is nothing to be afraid of. Even the culprit is scared of what will happen tomorrow. They're scared of the police. Right now, this island is free from the reach of the law, but that's only because it's isolated by this typhoon. Once the typhoon passes, the law will return. So you mustn't shoot. How can you stay so calm, George? One of these four is the culprit. No, maybe all four of them are working together. How can you stay so calm when one of these four might be the culprit who killed your parents? Even I have the desire to find the culprit and kill them. But that would be simple barbarism. I will leave the judgment of crime to the law. So no matter how suspicious they are, you mustn't pull that trigger. I feel the same as George. Aunt Natsuhi, get a hold of yourself for a second. Anyway, it'd be bad to shoot. In times like this, I hear you should tilt your head back and say, "Stay cool" 3 times. Let me make this clear. Witches don't exist. Not on Rokenjima, not in the Ushiramiya mansion. I declare it as Oshiramiya Natsuhi, representative of the Oshiramiya family. There's no witch here. I won't accept Beatrice. No matter what you're planning, I won't let you lay a finger on my daughter or the rest of them. That is my duty as a mother and as representative to this family. Those words were the final words of farewell that settled everything. To protect her daughter, Aunt Natsuhi would regard any suspicious person as an enemy. The only reason George and I were standing on the side was because, by coincidence, we had a clear alibi regarding the letter. If I hadn't approached the portrait, I would also be at the other end of the gun barrel, treated like a criminal. But even though part of me thought that, part of me was thinking that chasing all the suspicious people from this room would definitely guarantee our safety. Genji and Kumasawa and Dr. Nanjo, all of them were on grandfather's side. Maybe you could say that once Maria started blindly believing in Beatrice, she was also on grandfather's side. That's right. We're all suspicious. But is this really okay? If we throw out all of the suspicious ones in such a lawless way, we would still have the right to defy the lawlessness of the witch? Aunt Natsuhi didn't tell them to leave with her own words, but with wordless pressure she induced them to say that themselves, because if Dr. Nanja didn't say those words, this cold silence would surely continue forever. Calm yourself, Natsuhi. Still, I understand your feelings well. I myself feel like there's something wrong with my head after all of these strange repeated incidents, so I understand well why you want to suspect us. If you really have nothing to do with this, then my actions now would be beyond rude. However, please understand just this once. Very well. Let's leave the room. What do you say, Genji? Shall we return to the parlor and continue our chess game? If that is what you wish, by all means. I don't want to. After all, that means we'll have to leave this room knowing that the wolf is among us, right? I don't want to, madam. Please forgive me. It was obvious what Kumasawa was trying to say. If she was innocent, then she was being ejected into dangerous territory along with the culprit. In the current situation, urging her to leave this room along with the suspects was almost exactly the same as letting her get killed. However, Kumasawa was really suspicious just for being the first one to discover that Cannon had been murdered. Among Us? That's a different game. Among Us. At that time, everyone except Kumasawa had an alibi. Unless we could prove the existence of some contraption, or the existence of some 19th person, Kumasawa was by far the most likely suspect. I didn't want to believe it. However, Aunt Natsuhi and the rest of us were in such a difficult situation that we couldn't help suspecting her as well. So we didn't say anything to stop Aunt Natsuhi from trying to oppressively chase them from the room. We had stopped her from shooting, but we were passively agreeing to chase the others out of the room. On top of that, Maria spoke to the fretful Kumasawa.
It's okay. Beatrice is kind to those who respect her. You believe that Beatrice exists, so it'll definitely be okay. I'll watch TV in the parlor. Let's watch it together. It's so boring here without TV.
It looked like Kumasawa found Maria's roguish laugh very frightening. However, the 3 other people had agreed to leave the room. Kumasawa couldn't fight the flow and had to agree, crying as she went. Ugh. Well then, Natsuhi, that will be all for tonight. Let us meet again tomorrow. Yes, please understand, at least for tonight. When the police come, all of us will surely apologize for our rudeness. You may play chess, but do it in a safe place if you can. Genji, I leave them in your hands. Certainly. Oh, it can't be helped, can it? They always say that the most frightening bears are those with their children. Genji Kumasawa, my sincerest apologies. Let us meet again tomorrow. Maria, you too. Please forgive your cold aunt.
Oh, I forgive you. Oh.
Madam, the keys to this room. I will hand both over to you. Genji pulled 2 golden keys from his pocket and handed them to Aunt Natsuhi. And I will also hand over my bundle of keys to the inside of the mansion. He took out a bundle out of his of about 10 keys of various shapes and handed it over. To the servants, those keys were probably proof of their position. Being placed in charge of those keys meant that they were trusted, relied upon. When they were forced to return them, it meant they had lost that trust. Thinking about it this way, to Genji, who had worked here for a span of many years, there could be no greater shame. However, Genji's usual indifferent expression remained on his face. Genji, I had planned that after Father passed away, I would reward you for your many years of hard work and allow you to retire. To treat you like this makes me feel ashamed from the bottom of my heart. I have already received the Master's favors. Everything I have done until today has been repayment for that. Please do not worry over it. Well then, shall we, everyone? Good night to you all.
Oh, good night. Good night to you too, Battler. Oh.
Maria, wait a sec. Knowledge of guilt made me call Maria back. No, don't do that. I groped around in my pocket and took out the scorpion keychain. This repels magic, right? Wear it.
Oh?
Didn't
you say you dropped it?
Back then, I got ticked off and just bluffed that I lost it. There was no way I'd lose the precious charm you gave me. Maria silently took the charm. I was unable to say anything after that. Well then, everyone, good night to you. We watched them leave, our expressions completely worn out, and we weren't even able to respond.
And then 3 died because she had a scorpion key. Just as the epitaph said.
Until the door closed and we heard the auto lock, we were unable to breathe. Then we were finally allowed to breathe. After that, I noticed that Beatrice's letter, which I had been gripping the whole time, and which was soaked with my sweat, actually had 2 sheets. The paper had been lightly tacked together, so I'd mistakenly thought that it was only one. There was no characters on the second sheet. The thing drawn there was a magic circle written with the red ink like blood. Just like how every magic circle up until then had been different, this magic circle was one I'd never laid my eyes on before. Inside the circle, a large triangle and small triangles were fit together into a simple design. But just as before, there was writing in Hebrew, and it seemed clear that it had some kind of meaning. I wanted to know what it could be, but we just chased out Maria, the only person who could understand the meaning of magic circles, out of the room. I thought of this magic circle as Beatrice's second message. What does this magic circle mean? Damn it. After chasing out the suspicious people, all we had to do was stay barricaded here until morning, and everything would probably be over. Once the typhoon had passed, when the seagulls cry, will everything be resolved? That's the name of the game. But the letter, which had unexpectedly appeared in the study, forced us to reject that naivety. It had made it very clear that, if time ran out, it would mean the witch's victory. When time runs out, is the witch planning to take on the offense? This time, is she planning to display some fearful magical power? Maybe something that could have been used to kill 6 adults at once? Oh, wait. When is time supposed to run out anyway? I don't know. Anything. With this, we should finally be safe. Finally. Definitely. As she said that, Aunt Natsuhi couldn't stop gripping that rifle. There was no release in the tension of her expression. Of course, none of us felt like breathing a sigh of relief. At least not until we could hear the cry of the seagulls once more. Umaneko no nakokoro ni. Umaneko no nakokoro ni. After we chased them out, nobody wanted to say anything. All the suspicious ones had been driven away. Even though we knew there might be some innocents among them, we still did. We chased them out of this paradise, where people don't have to suspect each other. But our motive for chasing them out was suspicious of one person towards another, the worst kind of crime for a human. If we had accepted the existence of a 19th person, of the witch, then we all might still be talking face to face, trusting each other. In that instant, we had agreed to chase out all of the suspicious people. But had that been the right thing to do? During this endless silence, we could do nothing but be quietly tormented by that sin. Aunt Natsuhi faced the door without letting go of her rifle for even an instant, sitting far back in the sofa. Excuse me. She would probably spend the night staring at the door without a wink of sleep. George gazed through a gap in the closed curtains by the window. looking down at the courtyard and the mansion that surrounded it. I didn't know whether he was checking to see if a suspicious shadow would become visible through the window, or whether he was wondering to himself about something. Jessica was sitting sideways on the sofa next to Aunt Natsuhi, with a dead expression on her face. And every once in a while, as though she had just remembered something, she had taken out the inhaler she had used during her asthma attack and stuck it in her mouth. I just heard it from Big Bro, but apparently Jessica liked Cannon. It was apparently so vague that she hadn't realized it herself. You know, it's the kind of thing other people tend to spot before the person in question realizes it. Which means she might have first learned of her feelings when the person she liked died. Must have been so terrible. So sad. Come to think of it, Cannon was the one who handed her that inhaler. Maybe she was remembering that. I was fishing around Grandfather's study, thinking I'd researched the meaning of the magic circle on the letter's second sheet. Even though we were shut up here in a defense position, my rebellious nature made me want to find some key, some way to resist. After all, we've got plenty of time before tomorrow morning. Who could fault me for how I used that time? No one else showed that much interest in the magic circle. Its meaning was unknown, and once we understood it, we were sure to find some message that would cause us unnecessary anguish. I felt the same way. However, I couldn't just ignore it, so I killed time by going through the motions of researching it. You sure are enthusiastic. Did you find anything that might serve as a hint? Not a thing. The first tough part is finding a book written in Japanese. Just how many languages could Grandfather read? He's incredible. Aren't you tired, Battler? You should take a rest while someone else stays awake. Aunt Natsuhi said she'd stay up all night for us, but there's no way her body can handle that. We should take turns sleeping. Then you first, big bro. I'll keep researching until I get sleepy. You mean that magic circle just now? Yeah. We got plenty of time to kill. I thought it'd be interesting to find out what kind of message Beatrice put in it. Give it a rest. Mess around with stuff like that and you'll end up getting possessed by something weird. Don't worry. I've been certified by Maria. She said I've got no spiritual talent at all. Were we too cruel to Maria? Jessica, you mustn't think that now. But Mom, if Maria wasn't involved and there's a culprit besides her, then she's obviously a soft target to murder. If she's killed because of this, then we've just left her to die. A gloomy silence settled once again. It looked like Jessica regretted letting her emotions take hold of her and snapping at Maria. She's always been like that. Always acting tough and regretting it later. I understand how you feel, but Maria was in close contact with the culprit. And she might have been siding with them. Talking like that over and over to further confuse matters. I am relieved that we chased them out. That's pretty harsh, Aunt Natsuhi. Couldn't it just have been the nonsense of a 9-year-old girl? It probably wasn't very convincing to hear that coming from me. I myself thought Maria was creepy on several occasions, even doubting her true nature. And when Maria was chased out of this room, I couldn't deny I'd felt some relief. If that's the case, then come tomorrow we will apologize for what we did. I will take full responsibility for chasing them out of this room. This isn't something the rest of you have to worry about. I could feel a tragic determination in Aunt Natsuhi's words. To protect her own daughter, she had resolutely chased out the suspicious ones. And if, as a result, she had to watch the people who had unfortunately been suspected die, so be it. She was prepared to take full responsibility. Why does Maria have to keep saying stuff like that? She's bringing about her own ruin. Brrr. I think the reason Maria adores witches and magic so much might be Aunt Rosa. Aunt Rosa? What does she have to do with this? Didn't you realize it too, Battler? Maria's real father ran off somewhere a long time ago, although Aunt Rosa tries to confuse the issue by saying he's on a foreign business trip. Talking about Rosa's family has become a kind of taboo in the Oshiromia family. I think Aunt Rosa thought about remarrying, but I also believe Maria may have become her shackles and made that quite difficult. After all, she sometimes got really emotional and hit Maria. I agree with you there. It looked like Aunt Rosa was trying really hard to like Maria, which means that she didn't really like her. She might have thought of Maria as someone who stood in the way of her remarrying. I think that emotional rejection from her mother must have left some deep scars on her young heart. So she learned about this occult hobby from somewhere and immersed herself in it to bury the hole in her heart. Did you know? To Maria, the image of a witch isn't negative at all. Remember yesterday at the beach when she showed us her notebook? Yeah, it was full of all those fun-looking scribbles. Yesterday when we were down by the beach, doubting the witch, Maria got all riled up and started explaining about witches, and not one of the pages had shown a picture of an ugly witch. They were all brightly colored, beautiful, cute witches who looked like they were having fun. There was absolutely nothing sinister about them, like a boy might have imagined. They were being adorned with beautiful dresses who could grant anyone's dreams with their mysterious magic and who made everyone happy. Maria felt the sorrow of not being loved by her mother. Had she sought help from witches as being those who could give her happiness and save her? Someday a witch would come, and using her wonderful magic would bring Maria happiness. Even though she believed that, as she grew older, she had to face reality as her fleeting dreams were sliced to ribbons one by one. If something claiming to be the Witch of Rokenjima appeared in front of a girl like that, whispering that she'd take Maria to the Golden Land, where Maria could be happy. Now that it's come to this, I want to confess what's in my heart. Throwing out Maria, no, Genji and the rest too, was probably the wrong thing to do, I think. It wasn't pleasant. Since Jessica had been the one to face them and slam them with words of rejection, her conscience must be tormenting her a lot right now. Then how do you all explain the letter? No one could have said it there except the 4 people standing behind us. I made sure that with my own eyes. If those 4 are innocent, how was the letter placed in a closed room with 8 people? That's right. When you put it that way, those 4 really do seem suspicious. But it's all useless. It's all useless. Useless? What is? Right. It might not be worth anything anymore, but let me spin the chessboard around again. In other words, if one of those 4 really was the culprit, isn't that weird? That's right. Wasn't setting that letter openly on the table the same as confessing that one of them was the culprit? You're right, that's weird. If they were going to do it, you'd think they'd put it in the crack of the door, for example, to make it look like someone had slipped it in from outside. Of course they should have known that they'd be suspected if they didn't make it look like the culprit was outside the room. Yeah, that's it exactly. If the culprit was one of the 4, setting that letter right in the middle of the table would be both risky and meaningless. But putting aside whatever trick was used to set it there, if we assume that the culprit is someone other than those four, in other words, someone who was outside the room, they then had a lot of gain from that letter. Enough, battler. It's meaningless to discuss such matters now. Natsuhi quickly guessed what I was getting at. No, maybe she had thought of it before I had, and had simply held her tongue. If the culprit's outside the room, then they'd be totally stuck the moment that we shut ourselves up in a closed room like this. That's right. It's the same as my theory about how grandfather disappeared from this room, isn't it? The theory was that grandfather left the room on his own accord, even if the culprit used some tactic to lure him out, and grandfather left of his own accord, then... Come to think of it, when we found the scorpion magic circle on the doorknob of the study, Maria had said it herself. Beatrice couldn't get through this door, but she could induce someone to leave of their own accord. Which would mean we fell for the culprit's trap completely, and sent out new potential sacrifices. Genji and the rest aren't fools. When they try to protect themselves, they should find the next safest place after this room. They will definitely be able to hide themselves there. Aunt Natsuhi didn't answer the question. Aunt Natsuhi herself had realized that if the culprit wasn't in our group back then, that letter would make sense as a trap. However, it wasn't worth the risk of calling back the people she had once thrown out. To Aunt Natsuhi, right now, her greatest and only duty was to protect the children. By her thinking, in order to do that, a few sacrifices were unavoidable. Hey, Aunt Natsuhi, let me say something a little harsh, okay? At that time, what if, by coincidence, Jessica had also been standing behind you? Would you have chased Jessica out of the room too? It is true that a lot of brutal things have happened. But as a mother, you thought you should protect your daughter no matter what. Because of that duty, you chased them out, even though you knew that you'd eventually be held responsible for it. It's not like I'm condemning that, but, I was just thinking about what a great mother Jessica has. That's right. You've been dealing with these incidences since this morning, and you've been pulling all of us along this whole time without losing your composure. If you were all confused too, the rest of us would probably be in the culprit's grasp right now. So I think we all have to thank you. Thank you. So what you two are trying to say is that you want her to act as Maria's mother too? I always thought of Maria as a real little sister and adored her, and yet a few things happened. We got a little confused, and I've said a lot of mean things to her, hurting her. Mom, please, let's stay together with Maria. No, everyone. There was no culprit among us. The culprit, in this case, the witch, Beatrice, okay? So let's stop suspecting each other. Aunt Natsuhi closed her eyes for a short while. Was she coping with her throbbing headache again, or was she thinking of something? You are my precious daughter. The one I finally received a whole 12 years after I married my husband. I would become the worst kind of demon to protect you. That was some pretty strong language at the end there. She realized very well that her words were an idealized view of what a mother should be. But even though she was strongly resolved to protect her daughter, even if she had to become a demon, that was her guilty conscience tormenting her. Today's been so long. So many things have happened in one day. And we've been driven into a corner so thoroughly. I wonder if we have the right to greet tomorrow the way we are now. There it is. I found it. It's the magic circle. Inside the book I'd been flipping through, I had found the same magic circle that had been drawn on the second sheet of the letter. And George peered at it as well. The magic circle's name was the third magic circle of Mars. The Hebrew written on it was from Psalms 77 verse 13 of the Old Testament. What God is so great as our God? The meaning of the magic circle was discord. Agitate internal divisions and cause the enemy to bring about their own downfall. Wait a sec. Seriously? Could there be a more fitting way to describe our current situation and mental state? We couldn't help but be stunned into silence. So, this letter was a trap? How did they place it here? There wasn't anyone in the room except for the 8 of us, right? Anyway, let's ignore how they got it in here for now. The culprit was after just one thing. They wanted to spread the seed of doubt inside this impregnable room and use us to throw the sacrificed sheep out. In that case, they're after the people who went out of the room. Mom, what should we do? Those 4 are in danger. It wasn't surprising that Aunt Natsuhi remained unpleasantly silent. Even if this was all a trap by the culprit, even if the 4 who had been chased out of the room were in danger, it had nothing to do with the safety of the 4 people in here. And there was no way to prove the innocence of the 4 people we'd chased out. If we're willing to let them die, then we shouldn't leave this room no matter what. That way is safest. At that time, suddenly the piercing sound of a phone rang through the room. It wasn't the antique extension phone set on the table in Grandfather's study. It had rung right after we started talking about the letter being a trap. It was natural we'd think of it as an SOS from the ones we chased out. But then, Aunt Natsuhi spoke. Why a phone call? The phone should be broken down and unusable. That doesn't matter. If that's Maria calling for help. If the problem with the phones was the culprit's work in the first place, then this call is probably... With that one sentence, the ring of the phone, which had once sounded like a scream for help, now started to sound like a ghastly lure from some unknown person. Aunt Natsuhi hesitated over whether to pick up the receiver. Let's pick it up, Aunt Natsuhi. The phones might have been fixed for some reason. It could still be an urgent call from Maria and the rest. That's right. And if it's actually a call from the culprit, bring it on. Why don't we listen to what they gotta say? It's just a phone call. No matter what they babble through the receiver, it's not like it's gonna hurt you. If you don't pick it up, then I will. I will take it. Hello? I stretched out my hand to take the receiver, but Aunt Natsuhi grabbed it before I could reach. We all held our breath, trying to figure out who the person on the other end of the phone was. But for a while, Aunt Natsuhi kept saying, hello? A silent phone call? There's no way Maria and the others would do something so creepy. Which means this phone call possibly really be... Natsuhi stopped repeating hello and strained her ears, because she thought she heard something far away on the other end of the receiver. What was that? Huh? Is someone... singing? What do you mean, singing? I don't know. Faintly, from the other end of the phone, I can hear someone singing. I wonder what it could be. Give it here for a sec. Hello? I half forced the receiver from my stunned Aunt Natsuhi's hand and pressed it against my ear. At first, I didn't hear anything. But because I'd been told about it beforehand, I noticed. It sounded far away from the receiver, rather than someone speaking in a quiet voice, and it sounded like a girl singing a song. The voice did sound like Maria's, but that just made the situation more inexplicable. At the very least, the one who had made the phone call hadn't been Maria. After all, Maria was singing some song far away from the receiver. In that case, the one who made the call should have been Genji, Kumasawa, or Dr. Nanjo, and yet they weren't saying anything. Why? For what reason? The person who made this phone call, who was it? Hey! Hello? Who is it? Answer me! Is that Maria singing? Answer me! What's happening? What is it? I don't know. All I can say is... this is probably a trap, and Maria's in trouble. Aunt Natsuhi took the receiver again, but after yelling into it several more times, she realized that she wasn't getting anywhere and hung up. After that, she dialed quickly. Then she clicked her tongue. That's right, if the phones are working, she wouldn't be able to reach the police. Oh, she would be able to reach the police. But judging by Aunt Natsuhi's reaction, the outside telephone line still didn't connect. Let's go. Even if we know it might be a trap, we have to go. Yeah, definitely. Jessica, Aunt Natsuhi, stay here. When Big Bro and I tried to dash out, Aunt Natsuhi stopped us. Hold it. I cannot let you go alone. I will go too. Jessica, wait here. What, so I'll be the only one left out? Nice try, but I'm going too. Yeah, it might be better that way. If the goal of the phone call was to split us up further, it would have been a good idea to leave someone to watch this room. There's no time to argue. Let's all go. Aunt Natsuhi raised the rifle high and took the lead. I couldn't go unarmed myself. I found a 3-pronged candle stand and readied it. Although the pins on it used to fit candles were short, it was almost like a 3-pronged spear. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Brrr. Then the 4 of us left the study. We left the study, which should have been the safest place inside the mansion. By doing this, we've been lured out, even though we had barricaded ourselves in a safe, closed room. Perhaps we were doing exactly the same thing Grandfather had done when he disappeared from that room. Maria! Where are you? Answer me! I listened closely, but I didn't hear anything. The mansion was vast, and since the passing typhoon was making its last stand, the sounds of the rain were even noisier than before. Maria said she wanted to watch TV in the parlor, right? Let's try going downstairs. That's right. Let's try there. Everyone, be mindful of your surroundings. Yeah. Bum, bum. With Aunt Natsuhi in the center, her rifle readied and her fingers on the trigger, we moved in a group, our backs together, checking our surroundings in all directions. It was just as though the magic of the magic circle designed to spread discord had worked. We had split up and, furthermore, had been dragged out into dangerous territory. In other words, even now, we were doing just what the culprit wanted us to do. This was a separate world where it wouldn't be odd for anything to suddenly occur. Aunt Natsuhi nervously pointed the barrel of the gun at every dark spot and shadow. It felt like that motion was out of fear rather than caution. But the rifle she held in her hand should have been a trump card that the culprit feared. You know, I've been thinking. It wouldn't be impossible to stick one of those ice picks into someone's chest, like in Cannon's case. But splitting the skull and sticking them into the forehead, like in my parents' case, that wouldn't be easy. You think the culprit had that kind of animal strength? They probably had some kind of weapon, a device that can shoot or pound in those ice picks. That handle was too short to be driven in that deeply by a human strength alone. Either way, we have enough force to break through a skull. I hear Kinnon's wound reached as far as his lungs. If you happen to see your opponent, don't go forward. You mustn't move away from my back. Just how sinister and frightening was the weapon that could shoot those creepy ice picks? And could I do anything to combat it with just this candle stand in my hand? In the first murder, the culprit probably assaulted all 4 of our parents at once as they discussed the inheritance problem in the dining hall. And there were 4 of us here now. Apparently, I wasn't the only person thinking this. George, Jessica, and of course Aunt Natsuhi were stretching their senses to the utmost limit, in the highest and worst state of tension, slowly advancing one step, then another. What have we done? Because of the seeds of doubt spread by that one letter, we threw Maria and the rest into the middle of this terrifying world. We finally reached the first floor. The parlor was just across the hall. When we listened carefully, we could hear it faintly. Maria's eerie singing voice. She wasn't singing naturally, as though she were in a good mood. She was singing mechanically, like she was at a graduation ceremony, and she had been ordered to. The song she sang was a common folk song, one that everyone has probably sung in school at one time or another. But why that in the middle of the night, alone, with all her heart, over and over? Why? Right after leaving the study, we had called out in loud voices, asking Maria where she was. But this time, no one said even a single word. We hid our breath and the sound of our footsteps and intensely focused on our surroundings to the point of being completely high-strung. We stepped forward. The door to the parlor was closed. We could hear Maria's singing voice through it. Aunt Natsuhi put her hand on the door, on the handle of the doorknob, when George stopped her. I'll open the door. Aunt Natsuhi, Battler, ready your weapons. Understood. Take care. They might attack us as soon as we open it. George, watch yourself. Sure. Then I'll open it. Huh? He tried to open it, but immediately felt the hard resistance of the lock. Natsuhi took the bundle of keys from her pocket and gave them to George. There were about 10 keys, and none of us had a clue which was which. Because of this, George had to fumble around loudly and test several of the keys. Since we had hidden our footsteps, preparing to make a surprise attack on the room, this felt almost fatal. The whole time, we could hear Maria's voice from the parlor, singing the same song over and over. It was like a broken, crazy cassette tape. We'd been in that room almost constantly since morning. All the frightening things had occurred outside of that room, that had left us with the impression that only this room was safe. That baseless impression was quickly falling apart. It's open. Thank you. George, Jessica, move behind me. Aunt Natsuhi, let's jump in at the same time and split up in different directions. If we just stand around after opening the door, those ice picks might fly right through the center. I agree. Ready? I really wish I could say no. I readied myself. If they're gonna throw ice picks, I'll whack them with this candle stand. Go. Aunt Natsuhi and I rammed into the door before flying into the parlor, quickly splitting up right and left, searching the parlor for someone who might be waiting for us. But what our eyes landed upon was an incredibly strange sight. The parlor was stained with blood. This place where we spent almost the entire day, where we pressed in together to protect ourselves from some unknown malice, had been stained with fresh blood, had become an ocean of blood. On the floor lay Genji, Kumasawa, and Dr. Nanjo, their entire bodies stained bright red with the blood. But the only way we could identify them was by their clothes. That was because, that's right, this is how the whole tragedy started. Their faces, just like our smashed up parents in the shed. You couldn't tell where their eyes stopped and their noses began. It was as though they'd rudely plunged their faces into tomato pot pies, all squished up. Ah! And that wasn't all. Their bodies had other wounds. It was those damn demon ice picks. They were in Genji's stomach, Dr. Nanjo's thigh, no, his knee. That's right, of course it's his knee. In the epitaph, the 6th twilight was the stomach, and on the 7th twilight, the knee was gouged. So after seeing one of them stuck near Kumasawa's calf, I couldn't help masochistically laugh. Huh, that's right. On the 6th twilight, gouge the stomach and kill. On the 7th twilight, gouge the knee and kill. On the 8th twilight, gouge the leg and kill. Now, even the 8th twilight is over. And the next one, the 9th, what was it again? Maria was there. She was facing the wall in the inner part of the room, standing stock still, completely alone. She faced away from this horrible scene, standing by the wall, singing her song over and over. There was nothing else in the room. Just the corpses of the 3 who had been brutally killed, and the phone receiver, which was still off its hook, proving that this was the room that the call had come from. Just that and Maria, her back to the scene, and she kept on singing while facing the wall. We couldn't even scream at this bizarre scene. We could only stare, shocked, with our mouths hanging open loosely. Maria? Jessica called out to her, but Maria showed no reaction. Alone, she kept singing on and on. We had come here trying to save Maria from some approaching danger. So now that we had found her, we should have been running up to Maria, hugging her, joyous that she was safe. And yet, not one of us could do that. Everyone thought it, but they couldn't say it. After all, because that's right, even if that's crazy, no, it couldn't be. Maria, stop singing. Are you listening? At some point, Aunt Natsuhi and I had pointed our weapons at Maria's back. I yelled at Maria in a violent voice, but there was no reaction. She just kept singing. With the candle stand still readied, I ran up to her and violently slammed my hand down on her shoulder. Then I pulled on her shoulder, forcing her to turn around.
Whoa. Oh.
Maria's small body was quickly pulled down and fell, and as though unhappy to have her singing interrupted, Maria looked into my face with her usual expression. Even in this gruesome situation, she was just like normal. Maria, what is this? Who did this?
Oh, Beatrice.
Cut the crap! I threw the candle stand I'd been holding against the wall. The violence of that reckless sound should have gone straight into Maria's heart. But Maria's expression didn't change at all. Quit it, battler. Maria, this time you should have seen the face of the culprit who killed the 3. Was the culprit the same Beatrice who gave you the letter?
Oh, Beatrice.
Well, in that case, it's certain. There's a 19th person. Beatrice does exist. Then Maria, will you at least tell me this much? How did they kill these 3 people? What did they use to kill them in such a brutal way?
I don't know.
How could you not know? It happened in this room. Are you trying to tell me you were so absorbed in singing that you didn't notice? Calm down, battler. Maria, talk to me, okay? George, as he always did, crouched down next to Maria so that their eyes met and talked to her very kindly. Maria, why were you facing the wall and singing?
Oh, Beatrice said to face the wall and keep singing for a long time.
Maybe Maria actually went crazy because they won't listen. This is like her response. You don't believe me, huh? Well, look at this. So, did Beatrice come here? Were Genji and the rest still alive then? Paddler looked like he was holding a bathroom trip. You really did. I really got a shit, man.
Oh. Everyone came into the parlor together and sat down. Genji made sure to lock the door.
It was locked when we got here. But then, how did Beatrice get into the parlor?
Oh, Beatrice is a witch, so locked don't matter. She turned into butterflies and came in through the crack in the door.
Huh? Calmly joking at a time like this? Like hell that happened. What are you saying?
You can't believe it. That's why I don't want to say. No matter how I say it, you won't believe. That Beatrice is a witch. She can do anything with her miraculous magic. That's why Beatrice doesn't care whether her door is locked or not.
And then, after Beatrice appeared, what happened to everyone?
Beatrice talked to us. She said grandfather's study was protected by a powerful force, and she couldn't enter no matter what she did. So she told us she'd selected 3 sacrifices from the 4 people in the parlor. Everyone said, no way. Kumasawa kept saying, no way, no way. But Beatrice chose. And when she did, Beatrice said I'd be fine. Why do you think? It's because of the scorpion charm with the 5th magic circle of Mars. The one battler used to pray for my safety. The one he put his feelings into. Because of that power, Beatrice couldn't do anything to me, and me alone. So she decided to use the other 3 as sacrifices. After that, Beatrice spoke. Come face the wall and sing a song for me. You will sing lots and lots of songs. No matter what happens, no matter what you hear, you won't hear, you won't hear, you won't know. Come, sing lots of fun songs for me. So I was singing the whole time, over and over. So I didn't hear anything. I didn't know anything. And then you all came.
Are you asking us to believe that? You think we're stupid?
Then who will you suspect this time? Will you suspect me? Gonna try and kill me right here. Even if you do that, Beatrice won't stop existing. Now the 8th twilight is over, and Beatrice will revive.
Are you serious? I've had enough of that talk. As if witches could exist. As if I'd let myself get tricked. I won't accept it. Beatrice doesn't exist. I definitely won't accept it. So I won't let her exist. I won't let her revive. The legend will remain a legend forever. I won't acknowledge something like that. Quit it, Battler. It's not like Maria killed them or let them die. Beatrice came and Maria had to obey. It was unable to resist. Huh? Aunt Natsuhi? She isn't here. What? Mom, where'd she go?
Just now, she left by herself, reading a letter.
A letter? That makes sense. The culprit must also... must be so exhilarated by now that we've reached the 8th twilight. They might have left a letter so that they could brag even more. We were so wrapped up in questioning Maria that we forgot to look for a letter. But even as well-armed as she was, why had she left the room by herself in this dangerous mansion after reading it? Jessica tried to chase after her and tugged at the handle of the door, but it resisted strangely and wouldn't open. Mom! Mom! What's going on? Open up! Open up! It was only natural. Natsuhi had picked up the candle stand, which Battler had thrown at the wall, and which had fallen to the floor. She had then skillfully wedged it between the doorknob and the double doors like a bolt, holding them closed. The intricate design of the candle stand caused it to get caught solidly, and it really did make a sturdy seal on the door. The tragic scream of a daughter for her mother. Did it reach Natsuhi's ears or not? Uh-oh. Natsuhi gonna die. Oh. Natsuhi's figure was alone in the entrance hall. It was the place decorated by the portrait of Beatrice. Natsuhi threw down Beatrice's letter, the one she had read in the parlor, readied her rifle, and, in a voice that rang clear, yelled in the massive space that was the entrance hall. I am Oshiramiya Natsuhi, representative of the Oshiramiya family. Show yourself, Golden Witch Beatrice. The entrance hall was dimly lit. Other than a faint light which shone on the center of the room, everything was blotted out by the jet black darkness. Ooh, pretty. In that darkness, butterflies glittered in gold, squirmed, twinkled, and sneered. Natsuhi gave one more huge gulp and pointed the cold barrel of the gun at the golden butterflies. So you have finally shown yourself. I still can't believe that something like you really exists. But that isn't a problem. Both I, who bear the title of representative to the Oshiramiya family, and you who claim to succeed the headship of the Oshiramiya family, are here right now. At this point, whether you are a witch or not is a trivial matter. Come, let us settle this. Which of us will truly succeed the Oshiramiya family? I, Oshiramiya Natsuhi, or you, Beatrice? Allow me to respectfully accept your request for a duel. Oh, she cool. She being cool right now. Oh, that sound. Bleh. The gold butterflies slowly formed a human shape, which walked into the dim light. Natsuhi readied the rifle and glared. The witch raised her golden staff overhead and laughed. Natsuhi's finger slowly squeezed the trigger. And go! Battler made an all-out dash at the door and rammed into it, crushing the candle stand that had been barring it and making it possible for a big gap to open in the door. He kept kicking the candle stand through the gap, and the door was finally released. At that time, they heard it. They certainly heard the crisp sound of gunfire ring out once. Mom! Mom! Jessica, you mustn't run off by yourself. Excuse me. Was that the sound of a gun just now? Did Natsuhi shoot? At whom? At the culprit? The noise had come from the entrance hall. And the entrance hall looked like a stage. Like the heroine of a tragedy, on the ground and bathed in light. Arrayed in the beauty of that silence, Aunt Natsuhi lay face up, crumpled on the floor. Half crazed, Jessica ran up to Aunt Natsuhi. on Aunt Natsuhi's forehead. It was almost as though a sparkling shard of pigeon blood ruby had been placed there. And from it, one stream of blood makeup passed by her eye and began to travel her face. The faint smell of gunpowder smoke came from the barrel of the rifle Aunt Natsuhi still grasped. Huh? Then she shot herself in the forehead? Why? Mom! 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 Oh dear. I don't get it. Why did Aunt Natsuhi run away alone, and why did she shoot through her own forehead? Maria, Aunt Natsuhi left the room after reading the letter, right? There's no letter here. Damn it. What did Aunt Natsuhi read, and why was she lured out here? I don't know. I don't know. Who cares about that? What the hell? Why did she kill herself? Why did she leave me all alone? Oh. Jessica clung to her mother's corpse, crying earnestly. My body was consumed with an anger I didn't know what to do with, and I snatched the rifle from Aunt Natsuhi's hand. I spun around, pointing the barrel of the gun into the darkness on all sides, as though I was pointing a light from a lighthouse, trying to find the culprit. George, even in this situation, was trying to calmly figure something out, but that might have been a fruitless effort. Only Maria was completely indifferent. So is this all supposed to be some kind of predetermined fate? No, that's not it. This is all a prelude to a wonderful world. The door to the Golden Land will finally open.
On the 9th twilight, the witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive. And on the 10th twilight, at journey's end, you shall attain the power of the Golden Land's treasures, once and for the last time. With this, everything is over, Beatrice. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Congratulations! Congratulations!
So lead me. Lead me to the Golden Land you told me of. Right now.
There, all of the dead will be revived, and even lost loved will be restored. So in Maria's eyes, it's just as though all of today's tragedies did not happen. It's as though all the time she spent deprived of love never happened. Stop it. What's so fun? What's to be congratulated? There were 18 people on this island. 14 are dead. Only the 4 of us are left. I'm definitely not gonna die. Until the night is over, no, until the typhoon passes, and the seagulls gather again at the harbor, I'm definitely not gonna die. I'll stay alive. I'll stay alive no matter what.
Give it up, battler. Guns are useless against witches. Survival and all that stuff doesn't matter, because it's over. The journey has already ended. See? Look at the clock.
This sure is a weird slice of life game. I know, right? Kinda silly, ain't it? Little bit of a woohoo! Huh? The clock? Hearing those words, I looked at my wristwatch. Both needles were almost touching near the top. Very soon it will be 12 at night. In other words, 2400 hours. When you think about it, isn't 2400 a strange time? It can be called 2400, and it can also be called 0. It's the hour at the accumulation of the previous day, and at the same time, it's an hour 0 as the next day begins. Beatrice! Oh.
Beatrice!
Maria suddenly called out happily and ran towards the darkness. It was almost as though Beatrice was somewhere in the darkness and Maria was running up to her. As Jessica hugged her mother's corpse, as George stood there confused, I looked down at the barrel of the rifle, gazing into the darkness. The space in front of Beatrice's portrait lay in that direction, and the thing Maria was running up to was the portrait's subject. You've got to be kidding me. This is just impossible. Like I'd fall for something like this. Witches don't exist. I won't accept it. Something like you shouldn't exist because this is a human world. You think I could accept something that's not human? I definitely won't accept that. Brother, I don't know what to tell you. You're seeing a lot of crazy shit. When I pulled hard on the rifle's lever, the cartridge was ejected, fell on the floor, and a new cartridge was loaded. Then I sighted the witch down the barrel. Where did you get another cartridge? Did you just have that in your back pocket? Maria turned around. Still clinging to the golden witch, she turned around.
Didn't I tell you it was meaningless? Mirror-lead bullets are meaningless against Beatrice. Humans are so stupid, aren't they?
I won't accept the existence of witches. Who are you? Just try moving one step. Just try moving one finger. I'll blast you away. Oh, Jesus Christ. Giggle, 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 cackle, cackle. Insanity! As the witch, no, the witches laughed. Even the large clock in the hall joined in on their laughter. It was probably telling us that the time was 2400. It was both a tone telling us that we had reached the accumulation of this day, and a tone informing us that all had returned to nothing. The rule that the witch would win when time ran out had already been revealed. Battler, George, and Jessica. The journey has ended, and the witch has been revived, see? And none shall be left alive. The witch shall praise the wise and bestow 4 treasures. One shall be all the gold from the Golden Land. One shall be the resurrection of all the dead souls. One shall be the resurrection of the love that was lost. One shall be to put the witch to sleep for all time. Sleep peacefully, my beloved witch, Beatrice. Uh-oh. They failed. It's almost like I was supposed to choose something, but there's nothing there. Trust me, we figured it out. It's fine. That's fine. We're going through the question doc. The storm passed, and the leaden clouds that had enshrouded the island for so long cleared away. From the rifts between the clouds, sunbeams shone, and yesterday's storm seemed like a lie. Just as someone had wished, the seagulls returned to the harbor once again and let their lively cries be heard. Afterward, the police came and conducted an investigation of the scene. The corpses of the children, who were thought to have survived until the very end, were never found. However, because of the body parts that were discovered and the unimaginably gruesome nature of the scene, the police were forced to conclude that the chances of survival for any of the 18, even the children, seemed hopelessly dim. Just how gruesome was the banquet of the witch, and how beautiful was the Golden Land. They were the only ones who got to hear the tale. No tales were told to those humans who arrived after the banquet was over. The best they could do was imagine what might have happened during those 2 days. However, the witch was fickle. She made a point of leaving behind this tale, which didn't need to be heard, and it was allowed to spread. Then, many years later, a strange wine bottle that had drifted on to the waves of the pier of the neighboring island was pulled out by a fisherman. Inside was a thin, tightly rolled notebook fragment written upon in crumpled small letters. Written there was the tale. Through the notebook fragments, people finally learned of the truth. Ugh. This incident was later named the Rokonjima mass murders. Oh my god. It's going way too fast. Ugh. According to the writer, her name was Oshiramiya Maria. Incidentally, as a result of an all-out police investigation, part of Maria's body, a piece of her jaw, was discovered. It was one of the rare instances where a corpse was identified thanks to dental records. At the gruesome scene, there had been many body parts that couldn't be identified as belonging to any specific person, so it's probably fair to say that the jaw was an extremely fortunate find. Because this jaw had been separated from its body, the police judged her chances of survival to be hopelessly dim, even though none of her body parts were found. And so, let us conclude this tale of the final section of the notebook fragments from Oshiramiya Maria. By the time you have seen this, I will probably be already dead, although there may not be any corpses. You have read this, so please find out the truth. That is my only wish. Oshiramiya Maria. To this very day, the truth of the witch legend serial murders has not been brought to light. First game, Legend of the Golden Witch results. And these are all the unfortunate people that are gone. I'm not charred, I'm just in an ancient state, if you will. Yeah, we switched games because I was losing my mind. Hopefully them, the most positive police force ever. Yeah, I know. The witch will praise the wise and should bestow 4 treasures in the Golden Land. There they chose to revive the souls of the dead and the love they had been lost. After all, no matter how large a mountain of gold they might have desired, it would have been out of their grasp. George chose his lost fiancé. Jessica chose the boy she had liked and lost. Maria chose the lost lover of her mother. Sleep peacefully, Beatrice. Let nothing disturb your slumber ever again. The winners in the Golden Witch, Beatrice. The winner is her. Time ran out for the 18 people. All 18 died. When the seagulls cried, none were left alive. Yeah, dusty. I'm like an old, dusty film. When They Cry 3. What's When They Cry 2? What? The Golden Witch has prepared a gift for you in commemoration of your stay. You can find these new features in the title screen. Oh, yay! Take a shower, Queen. I will. Don't worry. What new features? I need to know. Tea party. You've done well and made it this far. Have you enjoyed your stay? The Golden Witch has granted you an invitation to her tea party. We hope you chose to attend. What? Purgatorio. Purgatorio. Hey everyone, congrats on finishing Yumeneko no Nakakura. Man, I still didn't have a clue what was going on when the story ended. So, just what happened? Was that basically the bad ending where time runs out before the culprit gets exposed?
Oh, definitely a bad ending. Ugh.
That's right. Beatrice's letter, which Maria read on the first day, did tell us in advance to solve the riddle of the epitaph. We were all so busy trying to protect ourselves and looking for the culprit that we didn't even take a shot at it. Thanks, John Numeneko.
That's right. If we had actually tried to solve the riddle, maybe things would have ended differently.
I wonder about that. Shannon, you did a good job too. You don't have to be our waitress and serve tea. After all, this is a wrap-up party. This is a rap party. As a group of people who met a horrible fate, let's all get along and lick each other's wounds. What the fuck? Time for Power World. See ya. Bye, nights. Enjoy. Lick, 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 lick. Ew. Speaking of horrible fate, Shannon beat the rest of us hands down, didn't she? She was such a beautiful character. So I thought she'd definitely survive until the very end. But she was killed right in the beginning, and on top of that, what was it? Half of her face was smashed in? That's the worst. Man, that's the worst. This is an insane thing to add. The character's telling you, man, that ending sucked. It is.
That was my role, so, there was no way around it.
Big sister, there's nothing for you to worry about. Judging by the last epilogue, even Milady and the rest of them met an extremely tragic fate. We all got fucked. It's fine. It seems so. I think I remember seeing this horrible picture, kind of like my entire body had been eaten apart and dismembered. Speaking of which, don't you think Cannon's last moments were the coolest? Even though he had the tables turned on him, it was a showdown with the culprit, right? That's a whole bunch better than our confusing last moments, right? Though, in the end, I was unable to get a solid hit in.
Still, I think Cannon's death was a big hint. After all, because of that, the existence of the 19th person was made clear.
That's right. At that time, everyone's location was obvious. So it was impossible for anyone other than some unknown 19th person to kill Cannon.
Oh! I said it was Beatrice from the beginning, over and over. Oh!
I don't want to believe it, but that does prove the culprit was a witch calling herself Beatrice.
That's right. There were many strange things that happened that a human couldn't do.
Oh, only a witch could do things like murder Aunt Ava in a closed room. A human couldn't do it. Oh!
Not only is the existence of the 19th person clear, but it's also obvious that this person holds a power that humans can't even imagine. In that case, I don't think there's anything wrong with calling this person Beatrice. We probably met at the very end. Met with the Golden Witch.
Like I kept saying, Beatrice exists. It all went bad because no one ever believed. Oh! Even one of her witch friends said that miracles won't occur if you don't believe. Oh!
That's right. Beatrice is generous to those who respect her.
It seems to me that Maria was never a target of Beatrice's wrath up until the very end, despite the horrible crimes that occurred one after another. Well, Maria believed in Beatrice from the very beginning, but if that's the case, how do you explain why you and the rest were killed? You guys believe in Beatrice just as much, right?
Beatrice probably had her reasons. If the Song of the Epitaph represents Beatrice's resurrection ceremony, many sacrifices were needed. He must simply have designated to be one of those.
Shannon, you met a horrible end. At the very least, I wish your death could have been more peaceful and pretty.
Well, it's not like it hurt. Anyway, right now I'm perfectly fine, so don't worry.
What am I missing? This is like the special OVAs where the characters are acting like the VAs in costumes on a film set. They're acting like nothing happened. Well, if it feels a bit weird saying this, but... Well, it feels a bit weird saying this, but I was sure this story would fit in the standard mystery genre. I'm a bit surprised to find out that it's a fantasy. After all, a Western mansion shut away from the outside world on an isolated island with an inheritance problem on everyone's mind. It sounds just like a typical mystery novel to me.
Oh, it's not fantasy. Beatrice exists. Oh.
Yes, we understand. Beatrice does exist.
That's right. Beatrice does exist.
I hate to admit it, but I've got no choice. Because it's obvious that the 19th person, a witch, was involved. Many things happen that'd be impossible for humans. During the story, we tried to deny that in all sorts of ways. But now I can say for sure, each crime, every single one, would have been impossible for a human. They'd be impossible to carry out unless it was the witch Beatrice using all of the power magic could provide. The culprit was a witch. That point's very clear. Long live Beatrice.
Oh, everyone believed. I'm so glad. Oh.
Gods and witches might seem terrifying to people who are frightened by them, but I think they must be affectionate to those who believe in and respect them.
I think you're right. So this murder case game is finally over.
Now's the time to pull ourselves together and try hard to solve the riddle of the epitaph, just like Beatrice said, right? Oh, I agree. Beatrice will definitely be happy.
Everyone ignored that letter during the story. Even those thrust right in front of us, we almost completely ignored it. I kind of feel sorry for Beatrice.
I've got the epitaph written down right here. Let's all solve it. Let's all solve it. This story probably
went wrong ever since that time. That may be so. Maybe we should have tried solving the epitaph's riddle from the beginning, like Beatrice said. Well, it's a little late now. Even so, let's try solving it now and see if the witch forgives us. Let's go. Let's try to solve the riddle of the epitaph. It was something like, "Behold the Swedish river running through my beloved hometown." Maria put her notebook on the table and opened the page where the epitaph was written. Everyone stared at it, getting ready, or really into it as they started guessing this and that about the riddle. Surrounded by the smell of black tea, freshly baked vanilla cookies, they spent the time comfortably and happy. This is weird. Okay, now everyone's taking turns saying Beatrice exists. Yeah. Hold on a second, you guys. The battler spoke in a way that cut through the conversation. His expression looked a little unhappy. What could he not like about all this fun? I've been listening to you guys for a while, but why did you all stop thinking? Why are you all so sure that the witch was behind all this? Don't you realize something like that can't exist? With just those words, the happy atmosphere surrounding the tea party evaporated in an instant. George and Jessica, and Shannon and Cannon, and Maria. All of them stared blankly, wondering what in the world Battler was talking about. Even the foolish, arrogant Battler realized that he hadn't chosen his words well. Because isn't it clear that these crimes were impossible for a human? That's right. That's right. None of the cases would have been possible for a human. That's true. After all, wasn't it full of things that humans couldn't explain? I don't understand what you're saying, Battler. I'm the one who doesn't have a clue what you guys are talking about. Isn't it obvious that humans committed these crimes? There's no way something like a witch exists, right?
Then... what about when I was killed in the storehouse, and something horrible was done to half of my face? If the culprit was human, how could they have accomplished it?
Well, it's hard to imagine how they did something that awful. But that was the Rose Garden storehouse, right? I'm sure there were plenty of weird tools in there. Let's say they used some electrical tool like a grinder or electric saw.
That's...
Then, Battler, how do you explain Grandfather's disappearance from the study when it was a closed room? Even though the door was sealed, Grandfather just suddenly disappeared, right? We talked about that during the story, too. It's not impossible for Grandfather used some trick to fool the receipt. Fell down, right. We talked about that during the story, too. It's not impossible that Grandfather used some trick to fool the receipt. It's also impossible that he went out the window, fell down, and not to heat, locked the window from the inside. I could think of a bunch of tricks you could use without relying on magic. That makes sense, but... in that case, Battler, how do you explain the way my parents were killed in the guest room? The door was sealed by the lock and the chain. Naturally, the window was sealed too. How do you think a human could have killed my parents? Well, we did have to leave that trick alone during the story. Anyway, there's at least a good chance the culprit had a key. And it was possible to look in through the crack of the door that the chain allowed. I know that's a stretch, but it's possible some device was used through that crack. Like, maybe they stuck something through it? Well, even though a door chain is incredibly simple, it's a big factor in setting up a closed room. There's still probably some closed room trick they could have used. If you bought some closed room mystery novels from the bookstore, you could probably find some trick that would fit perfectly. Anyway, I can't think of one now, but I claim that there's nothing humans can't do if they try hard enough. Isn't that argument horribly irrational? It's just ridiculous to claim that it's possible for a human to do something even though you can't explain how. Why is that ridiculous? Why did you all stop thinking? Wait, why did you all stop thinking? Even something that looks impossible has to be doable. Doesn't it always work like that? Battler, you're the one being ridiculous. If you think a human could have done it, try explaining how. You can't, can you? And you're okay with saying the culprit is a witch just because I can't explain it? With that argument, all the unsolved crimes in the world could be resolved by saying a witch is the culprit.
Battler, you're sidestepping the issue. And you aren't explaining anything. We're saying a human couldn't have done it. Therefore, the culprit is something that isn't human. And that something is a witch. And yet you keep arbitrarily deciding that witches are impossible, even though you can't explain anything. It's almost like humanity was during the Dark Ages. Like those fools who claimed that the heavens spun around the earth. Those who said that the earth couldn't be spinning even though they couldn't explain why.
That kind of argument pisses me off. So this is basically what you're trying to say. If I can't explain how a human could do it, then I must accept that the culprit is a witch. It's not like we're forcing you to go that far. We were wondering on what basis you can say such nonsense. Nonsense? Hey, I have really been saying something that weird just now? Am I the only one who's crazy? You guys are all really starting to freak me out. Battler, when I died in the boiler room, I was killed by a 19th person who shouldn't exist. Can you explain how a human could have done that? At that time, the location of the 18 were all well known. Even so, I was killed. We talked about that in the story as well, right? Kumasawa, for example. She said she followed right after you and headed down to the boiler room, but we can't know for sure whether that was a lie or not. For all we know, she might have entered the boiler room with you and caught you by surprise. Or maybe you stepped into the boiler room. You've activated some kind of trap, one that might have been set up to hit you with one of those ice picks. After all, the sting of grandfather's body was coming from the incinerator. Someone was bound to go in and check. So if the culprit just set up a trap beforehand, they could have easily have stayed away from that place and used the time of Cannon's death to create an alibi. Hold on, I need to... Battler is such a redditor, and I hate it because he's technically correct, but is saying it in such a Reddit way. For real. Okay. You talk about a trap in the boiler room, but what kind of trap could that be? That's right. Following his death, everyone immediately ran over to the boiler room, but we didn't find any kind of weird device, did we? That is correct. Battler, what kind of trap could I have been killed with? Well, I don't know that. But anyway, they must have used some kind of clever trap, or maybe someone is lying. Or what about this? Cannon, what if the whole thing was just you play acting? That's it, you were play acting. Aunt Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi were also play acting. They made the closed room themselves, and they were only pretending to be dead. Battler, has your head been, feeling okay?
Should I bring some cold drinks?
Don't look at me with those pitying eyes. I'm not saying something that crazy, right? I'm just pointing out some possibilities you might find if you think of it all as a trick. Look, isn't it a pretty classic trick in mystery stories to have one of the victims just be playing dead? A classic trick? In other words, when Cannon was killed, we knew for sure where all the rest of us were. And let's assume that Kumasawa wasn't lying. But that's only counting the survivors. What if the culprit pretended to be dead and joined the group of real victims so we'd lose track of them and then acted on their own later? Everything would be explained. Huh? So you're trying to say that Aunt Ava or one of the others was the culprit? But didn't Dr. Nanjo confirm all of their deaths as a doctor? That's right. Dr. Nanjo checked all of the victims. Battler, for your theory to work, wouldn't Dr. Nanjo have to be one of the culprits too? Bro died off screen, technically. Like this guy? He died off screen, technically. Actually, all of them died off screen, technically. So, technically, Battler has a right to say many of them could be not them. Yeah, that's right. Once you consider that Dr. Nanjo might have been one of the culprits and faked the proclamation of death, the whole story changes. See, that's also a classic trick in a mystery novel, isn't it?
But Dr. Nanjo was also killed, right?
About that. That's right, Dr. Nanjo faked his death. After all, there wasn't any except Dr. Nanjo who could examine corpses properly, and everyone was really confused then anyway. We didn't have any spare time to check and see if he still had a pulse. With that theory, any one of the dead people could have been walking around. I think it would have been hard for the 6 of us who died in the beginning to do that. After all, this shutter was closed, and there was a padlock that could have been opened from the inside. That's right, Mom was holding onto the key. So was Mom one of the culprits too? Wait a sec. Maybe it was impossible for the first 6, but in the case of Big Brother's parents, the door was only locked on the outside, so they could have opened it from the inside. That's right. After we left the room, maybe they jumped out the window and got to the boiler room first. Is that too much of a stretch? Or maybe Dr. Nanjo made a mistake when examining the corpses. Look, he said it himself, right? He said there's a very high possibility of making a mistake when examining corpses. If you disguised it well enough or prepared a substitute body, you could fake your own death. Let's leave the method or trick they used for later, and you see it's not that hard to deny a 19th person existed, right? Much less a witch, right? At least that much is completely impossible.
I don't know why you've been trying so stubbornly to say that one of us is the culprit. In other words, you want to suspect one of us, you want to suspect one of your relatives.
That's not it. It's just, I can't easily accept that a 19th person existed, and even if one did, I think we should construct our argument from the point of view that the culprit was a human. I'll only accept that it's a witch in desperation at the very end, after everything else has been disproved. There's no way witches exist, right? Why has everyone so casually accepted that the culprit was a witch? I think it's great how your family loves making you hate the thought that someone close to you is a murderer. But is it okay to let that fool you? Don't you want to find the detestable culprit who killed so many people? Big bro, don't you want to avenge your parents? Jessica, don't you want to avenge Cannon? And Cannon, don't you want to avenge Shannon? Shannon, you should at least want to know who it is that killed you. Why has everyone totally surrendered and decided that the culprit was a witch? What's wrong with all you? The foolish and short-tempered battler tried to force his ignorance on the others and yelled at them. However, everyone just looked at him pityingly, silently watching over him. At that time, the wise Maria laughed and pointed out the battler's mistake.
I'm shocked. All I see is you repeating this nonsense, thinking you figured something out, battler. So, what's next? How would a human do it? In practical terms, I mean. I imagine you'll say, I just can't think of anything right now, or with some kind of device, using abstract words to run away and evade the topic. What I really want to know, battler, is this. Why don't you believe in Beatrice? She exists, so why don't you believe?
Because she doesn't exist. Witches don't exist. There's no way. It was almost like a spoiled child who just doesn't want to accept something. The pitying gaze quietly closed in around Battler, but they didn't reach his stubborn heart. You realize you're acting just like a spoiled brat throwing a tantrum, right?
Battler, I understand your feelings, but...
Beatrice does exist. Battler, why don't you believe? Even though there's so much proof. I don't accept the argument that the witch must have been behind everything just because I can't explain it. Does this mean that if you don't know how a light bulb shines, then magic is the cause? That's wrong, isn't it? There's nothing that can't be explained without magic. All of this about witches and magic is just abdication of thought. You just surrendered and gave up because you don't understand what happened. Isn't that right?
Well, unsurprisingly, it looks like you alone won't believe no matter what, battler. Even if a single person doesn't believe, the miracle won't occur. So if you don't rethink your ignorant theories, the magic won't be completed.
Now I see. I finally figured it out. So in other words, you guys are trying to force me to say that witches exist, right? A lie that everyone accepts becomes the truth. Is that what what this is all about? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry to keep going on about this. But what you're doing is all useless. I refuse. You guys are all pressing me, and that's why it's all useless.
Why?
Sorry, but why don't you let me spin the chessboard around one last time? If you want to force me to accept that there's a witch, there's a really easy way. And it's not the indirect way of saying it must be a witch because humans couldn't have done it. All you have to do is show me a witch doing it with magic. Furthermore, what Maria said earlier is what'll really dig her grave. You said that even if one person doesn't believe, a miracle won't occur. But real miracles happen whether people believe in them or not. Even if I alone don't believe. So any miracle or magic or witches that exist only because I believe in them are downright lies. What? Wait, you believe in miracles? You're like a pick and choose atheist. The uneasy mood followed Battler's ignorant rant. Following Battler's ignorant rant was blown away by a very soft and light laugh. Whose laugh? Battler was surprised. He had never heard that voice before. When he looked at George and Jessica, at Shannon and Cannon and Maria, he noticed that they had suddenly gone respectfully quiet.
Beatrice.
How amusing. I haven't met such a charming human for quite some time. Who are you? Don't you even know the host of the tea party you were invited to? How amusing indeed. Oh god. This is Beatrice, the Golden Witch who has lived for 1,000 years. She's real as fuck, yo! It is an honor to be graced with your presence, Beatrice. Please forgive Battler's ranting. This guy's just stubborn and, he still doesn't understand the situation he's in. What a treat this is. Most witches get tired of living after the first 1,000 years. How nice is it to meet a man with a backbone such as yourself every once in a while?
It's quite an honor to be present when Beatrice shows herself, Battler.
How astonishing. Are you really that desperate to make me believe that a witch, a 19th person, is the culprit? This is starting to get interesting. And it's all useless. You must be the illusion that Maria and the others call the witch Beatrice. And you'll only be allowed to exist if everyone believes it. And you have that kind of half-existence, right? That's why you want to make me believe too. You can't exist because I alone don't believe in you. Didn't you just say you wanted... What? Isn't that right? Your powers of comprehension aren't bad for a mere commoner who knows nothing of magic. Yes, it seems you were born with a strong magic-resisting power. You're a natural enemy of us witches. No matter how much we turn your world upside down, you never believe in us. Therefore, the magic won't succeed. I accept that attitude of yours. I've got no clue what you're saying. It's very kind of you to go... What? It's very kind of you to go to all the trouble of showing yourself to us, but I don't believe you exist in the slightest. It's true that many strange things happened during those 2 days. Like Maria said earlier, even though I think all the tricks could be explained, I still can't lay out the practical details of each one. However, that doesn't mean that I'll surrender. I'm different from the rest of them. I'm built different. Got it? I'll never accept that it was the work of a witch just because I can't explain it. This keeps getting more amusing. Making you surrender will be worth my while. You're just the kind of man I'd like to force into praising my name. I'd love to try making a man like you kiss my toes. Ew. If you want to talk nonsense, talk all you want. I deny you exist. I'll explain all these events with humans and tricks. There's no room for even a speck of magic or witches. Wonderful! What a perfect way to divert oneself from 1,000 years of boredom. Then let me ask you. A short while ago you said that using the crack in the door would be sufficient to kill Ava and Hideyoshi, right? Explain how they could have been killed using some human trick. Suddenly jumping right into the toughest part, are you? Does that mean this is the trick you're proudest of? Miss Real Culprit? With a shake of her golden pipe, gentle, multicolored, smoke trailed out of the end. The smoke quickly obscured their surroundings, and they were suddenly in the hallway of the mansion. Boom. The door in front of them, slightly open but secured by a chain, was... That's right. It's the door to the room where Ava and Hideyoshi were killed. Nice trick. Very well. Show me what you would do through this small crack, Battler. They probably had some device that...
Hello! Welcome in, Raiders! How was your stream, Gamazel? Did you have fun? Was it a good stream? We are currently on the sub-ending
of Chapter 1 of Human Echo. Everyone died, and Battler now has to explain how everyone died without the use of magic because he just can't believe that witches exist. He's totally over it. He's just not here for it. So now, this lady on the screen, Beatrice, is here, and she is just like, oh yeah? That's real funny. Tell me, little boy, how did it happen with humans? So now they're arguing. Literally everyone. Literally everyone. Literally everyone. A reminder, this is only chapter 1. But yeah, no. Come for the journey. This is a full-on journey. The story is just now technically starting. They probably had some device to shoot those ice picks. If they use that, how would they reach Ava over on the bed when you can't see that far through this crack? We're still on chapter 1. Yeah, well, I mean, technically chapter 1's done. I'm on a Tea Party sub-chapter. So... yeah, but it's like 1.5, if you will. Oh. Damn you ads. Oh no, oh no. Damn. There's a crack. There should be some way. If you can't think of one, allow me. Oh? How would a witch do it? Come on, let's see your little trick.
Battler, you're being rude to Beatrice.
How nice, how nice. What a charming man. That will make it even more fun to force him into submission. You really want to make me kiss your toes that much? Only if I surrender. But watch. I'll definitely expose this trick, and then I'll make you kiss my ass instead. What a delightful man. I'll remember that promise. Weak witches kiss the behinds of demons to gain power, because there's no more humiliating oath. Just being told that makes me want to force you into surrender. Paying no mind to Battler's worthless ranting, Beatrice once again shook the golden pipe. And that's right, the golden pipe was her precious magic cane. Come, arise, children. I'm the guide of purgatory. Forgive the deadly sins and hold the 7 stakes. Guided by those magic words, which sounded like a command, 7 stakes gathered. They were the stakes of the 7 demons, symbolizing the deadly sins of sinful people. Beelzebub and Asmodeus. Come, forgive the sins. Release the spirits of the sinners. What? The pics of Beelzebub and Asmodeus responded to Beatrice's call. The 2 stakes of the demons were sucked in through the crack of the door, like billiard balls struck by a cue stick. Then several scattered noises refracted through the wall, making a sound like a woodpecker. And at the end, a pleasant sound could be heard. It was a small, satisfying sound, like the one heard when someone is chopping firewood and the falling axe neatly and easily sliced through the wood. It was the sound of the 2 picks burying themselves deep into Ava and Hideyoshi's foreheads. Right down the middle. Want to see? They definitely heard 2 sounds like a pair of foreheads being split open. Battler wasn't permitted to see since he was on the other side of the door. But those 2 had died again, and this second time, they lay not an inch apart from where they had lain the last time, with the exact blood spray as before. Welcome back! So, yeah, no, it's chapter 1, 1.5 technically. This is a little sub-chapter that they have, kind of explaining what happened in chapter 1. And now the true story begins. This is kind of giving way to what's truly going on. Yeah. You moron. That's insane. You think you can just kill them like that? I can kill them. I can kill them just like this. Oof. Yucky, yucky, yucky. Suddenly, they were no longer in the hall, but seated at the tea party they had started from. Everyone but Battler was sitting meekly, but Cannon was moaning, fresh blood dangling from his mouth. What a rude thing to do at a tea party. Satan's stake was buried deep in Cannon's chest. Cannon! Cannon! Damn it! Battler was the only one getting agitated. George, Jessica, Shannon, everyone else was meekly hanging their heads like students being yelled at by a teacher. Cannon was captivated by a trifling anger and tried to disturb my banquet. Being easily captivated by anger is your deadly sin. Cleanse yourself, repent, and do it over. At Rice Sama. Beatrice.
Beatrice, please forgive him. I think Cannon has repented enough.
Wonderful. I'm generous to those who respect me. Don't screw with me. Don't you think I'll accept Do you think I'll accept your existence because of this cheap act? Like hell, you're a 1,000-year-old witch. Your tricks aren't 1,000 years old. They're just the sum of a century of classic tricks from the mystery genre. There's no such thing as magic. Definitely not. All the crimes can be explained with humans and tricks. You would explain my 1,000 years with 100 years of humans. Good, good. This is precisely what I've been, why I've taken a liking to you.
Foolish Battler.
Oh, Jesus. Cut it out, Battler. You can't go against the witch. Nope. Now she's gone. Shannon started moaning, holding her cheek. Maybe she had a toothache. Girl, mood. But apparently it wasn't a toothache after all. Girl, mood. A slight redness spread across her cheek Shannon was holding. It looks like the redness was causing Shannon unbearable pain. Her fingers were pressing in against her cheek, and drops of sweat appeared all over her body. Girl, same. Shannon, Shannon. Hang in there. Hang in there. What's going on? Damn it, what the hell is that red stuff? It expanded rapidly, covering half of Shannon's face. Then the stupid dunce Battler finally realized. Please, Battler. Please believe in Beatrice. I beg you. Oh my goodness. The magic is dissolving. For the first time in his life, Battler heard that sound, like a pomegranate splitting. The red spray even landed on Battler's face. Poor Shannon's face had been split in half, and her last horrible moments in that storehouse were repeated once again. Shannon! No! Oof. Stop it, stop it! Don't humiliate the dead. Don't humiliate the dead! This time the redness spread across George's entire body. It was like the beautiful cloud drawn by milk when it poured into black tea. It spread out and extended across his entire body, and as it did, it seemed to give George increasingly greater pain. Looking at the bizarre spectacle, Battler was petrified as he frantically thought, with his pitiful, clumsy imagination, about the nature of this strange death George and the rest were experiencing. Eventually, the redness reached the nearby Jessica as well. Oh dear. Stop it, stop it, stop it! What did Big Bro do? What did Jessica do? Just stop it! Battler, don't let the witch break your spirit. Deny her, erase her. As long as at least one person denies her, she's an illusion that can't exist. Are you okay, Jessica? Big Bro! George was no longer recognizable as a human. He looked like a pile of leftover meat after a good, delicious meat had been scraped off to be cooked. The only thing that was even resembling a human was the shape of his lower jaw and ribcage. It was clear that Jessica, who was covered with a steadily strengthening redness, was approaching the same fate.
Oh, Battler, quickly believe in Beatrice. If you don't, everyone's magic will dissolve.
Maria, it's all over your body too. I revive all the dead with my magic, but as long as you don't believe, the magic will hold no true power. But I'm sure that a man like yourself won't surrender to something like this, right? Battler, we didn't want to doubt our friends. Who's saying that? I can't tell. We refused to face reality and gave in to the witch. But Battler, you won't give in to the witch. Whoa! Jessica! Jessica! Oh, so is Jessica. I thought she was already gone. Poor Jessica meant the same end. Just like George, she ended up like a butchered leftovers. George and Jessica were now so destroyed, melted, and mixed up it was impossible to tell them apart.
Battler, don't cry. Beatrice will restore the dead over and over. So there's nothing to be sad about. So, even if we die, we're still just fine.
The redness began eating at the whole of Maria's body. The foolish battler watched and screamed. Oof. Oof. I won't forgive you. I'll never forgive you. A witch? Magic? I'll risk my body and soul to deny you. No matter what happens, I can't accept you. Now that you've gone so far to piss me off, I'll never forgive you. I won't forgive. I won't forgive. I definitely won't forgive you. You'll regret making me assuring me a battler your enemy. I'll deny you no matter what. No matter how baffling things get, it can be explained by humans. I'll erase every cell of you from this world. Well said, battler, was it? That's just the thing to divert me from my 1,000 years of boredom. Come, explain. Try explaining it all with humans and tricks, and learn how lowly humans are. Let's see if what humanity is built up in 100 years can oppose my 1,000 years. That's what will make forcing you to submit so pleasant. So tell me, you who call yourself battler, what about Maria's letter? How were the 6 killed? Oh, how the 6 were killed. The shutter, the receipt seal, the closed room with the chain, Cannon in the boiler room, Genji and the others in the lounge, Natsuhi's suicide, the riddle of the epitaph, the location of the hidden gold. Yes, battler, why don't you just show me the power of humans? Ba 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 ba. Bum 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 bum. Well, here we go. The true credits of chapter 1. We did it, guys. We made it through chapter 1. Rabbit Hole Studio. Pretty fucked up, Hugh. How many chapters are there? I think there's 5 questions and 5. Questions arc has 4 episodes, and answers arc has another 4 episodes. Not including the tea party moments. Main dialogue progress. Each episode contains a prologue, a main daily progression block, a tea party, and an extra epilogue segment. Yeah. So it's 8. What was that? What is this? What are you? Why are you question marks? So many things opening. What sort of black tea shall I prepare next? Allow me to display every refined tea that ever was and ever shall be. Aye! Dried plum black tea. The kind that goes for 200 yen a pack. For 1,000 years I have been fond of black tea, but I did not know of such a thing. I will never tire of living in this world. Beta, you don't have to display such hostility. I am just a wandering witch. I didn't come with an intention of violating the rules of your territory. Hostility? I bear nothing of a sort. I'm just terribly concerned with seeing to it that the legendary witch Lady Berkhan-Still is well attended to. You misunderstand. I am powerless. Before a witch such as you, who possesses the dreadful power to kill an individual 100 times, I am completely powerless. That a powerless lady witch like you possesses a power that none can approach is what is truly terrifying. After all, the great witch, Lady Lamanelta, was dethroned by you alone. I only won an endurance contest. She simply got tired. That is not what Lady Lamanelta said, though. Too much humility can be unseemly, Lady Berkhan-Still. That girl has a dreadful power. The power to kill an individual without fail. However, without fail doesn't exist in this world. No matter how many times you divide 1, you could never reach 0. That girl has the power to bring the odds of failure down to almost exactly 0. The power to give rise to almost perfect certainty. I hope I never have to fight such a terrifying witch again. However, you have the power to cause success without fail, as long as the odds are not 0. Though you say without fail doesn't exist in this world, you possess an infallible power yourself. Oh, I really wish they would, signify. However, you have the power to cause success without fail, as long as the odds are not 0. Though I say without fail doesn't exist in the world, you possess an infallible power yourself. How very terrifying. The power to kill an individual endlessly. I think you're the more terrifying one. You jest. From your point of view, mine is but a trifling power. This is most certainly what one would call empty praise. Call it flattery to make up for the cost of staying here. I'm a fleeing traveler who crosses the fragments, continually running from boredom. I simply came around because I heard you started something interesting. I have no doubts that I will choose to leave soon, as you are no longer interesting. I, Beatrice, am deeply and humbly delighted to have the great Lady Berkhan-Still as an observer. It just rickrolls you. That would be crazy. And so, your impressions? Lemon Delta is terrifying because of her cruelty, but she's a girl I can understand. You do seem to be capable of affection, but I can't understand you at all. That makes you much more terrifying than her. I am fickle by nature. Do forgive me. Besides, I believe you also enjoy entrusting your fate to the roll of a fickle dice, right, Lady Birkenstill? When I roll the dice, I have a roll. Oh, I have a roll I clearly want to get, unlike you. You, on the other hand, never let the dice fall from your hand, so whatever the roll might have been, you never disappoint. You're never disappointed. Whatever roll the dice shows you, you are satisfied without fail. In that sense, you far surpass me. You're one I really don't want to fight with. Inside of you, there's nothing but 0. That's why I can't win against you with my power. It's the worst compatibility. Perhaps Lima Delta, on the other hand, has a good compatibility against you, since she would be able to kill your endless nature. Oh yes, witches truly are the best people to enjoy black tea with. One doesn't get bored. Then I'm relieved. Boredom is the only poison that can kill me. So don't kill me, okay? Lady Beatrice, Endless Witch. If such is your wish, I, Beatrice, shall show you an even better time. In that case, wouldn't it be best if I brought the next chessboard in right away? It seems that the next tale would do more for you than another cup of black tea. Just wait for a moment. She'd be laughing. She'd be laughing a lot. Something troublesome seems to have taken a liking to you. I'd really like to lend you my power, but as you just heard, the girl's power and mine have very bad compatibility. Unfortunately, as that may be. But you really are pitiful, so I'll help you out just a bit. Thanks. First of all, about that girl. She does have the name Beatrice, but that doesn't necessarily mean she is one individual woman. Get what I mean? In other words, she's not some human. Her existence is a personification of the rules of this world. To beat her, you have to expose the rules of this world and unravel them. Perhaps this can be likened to learning the rules of chess by watching a game. First, take a good look at the chessboard. Then learn the movements and roles of the pieces. Then look for certain conditions required to win at her game. When you've managed to reveal all these things, her heart will be exposed. After that, you can rip it apart or crush it as you please. I am being quite generous. In the past, when I had a human body, it took me 100 years to notice even this much. This is my meager farewell gift to you, the pitiful one captured by Beto. It's just like a spoon. A spoon can be used for more than just drinking soup. You can use it to dig through the prison you're locked in, or as a weapon to gouge the witch's eyes out. Of course, you can also use a spoon to continuously sip the watery soup inside your internal cell. Don't get the wrong idea. I have no intention of becoming your ally. I do feel empathy for you, but I won't help you. It's like I'm sitting in front of the television yelling at you on the other side, even though my voice won't reach you. So you understand that I am a witch, right? I intend to enjoy this endless tale that Beto is going to weave until I tire of it. But that alone won't hold my interest. That's why I lend you my power. It's all so that I don't get tired of this. I am the cruelest witch in the world. Whoever the opponent may be, I'll make them surrender with certainty. Even if it's Beatrice, the Endless Witch. Okay? You are my game piece. Give it your best shot. I'll give you some advice sometimes, out of her sight. Don't bore me, okay? Oh, we have the help of Barnkenstill. Barnkenstill. Lady Barnkenstill. Oh wow. Witch hunt. Oh wow. Oh wow. What lies beyond? The next episode's lock has been removed. You can find the new features on the title screen. Yeah, Epi. Epi. I'd help you, but I've already had enough of seeing a lot of people I like die to a crazy curse. So I just want to watch to ignore my issues. Honestly. Alright. What are these? Oh, jeez. Alright, we will do that later. We will do that later. Yay! We did it. We finished chapter 1 and all of its epilogues. And we got to meet Beatrice, and we got to meet Barnconsteel, which you guys saw in the fighting game, so now you see them in the game. Would you guys like a break from Umineko, or would you like me to continue chapter 2 next week? You can decide, because I can do other things if you'd want. What is When They Cry 2? Hold on. Visual novel. Is it just like part 2? Is it just like answers? I feel like there's no When They Cry 2. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's just... Okay. So it's Higurashi answers. Yeah, okay, yeah. Higurashi no Nakakora ni questions arc. Higurashi no Nakakora ni Kai. Yumeneko no Nakakora ni questions arc. Yumeneko no Nakakora ni Chiru. Saikonia no Nakakora ni. Okay. I was like, am I missing something? But no, I'm not. I'm not missing anything. Everything's fine. Miyono Bourbon Run on Uma Musume? No. That's gonna be a possible sub-goal. Alright. Actually, you know what? I don't know if it's gonna save all this, so let me just click this and then save it. You know what I mean? It's all fiction. This isn't real life. System. Save. I'll do it right there. Alright, exit. No. Back to title. Okay. Oh, and the background's even different. That's cool. Alright. Boop. Turn that off. That's fine. Yeah, I don't want to do a Mihono Bourbon I want to do it as a sub goal. So this up here is going to be probably very useful soon. And I will complete a couple of goals that this is already past. Soon-ish. But I'll explain that more as I work on stuff. So no. Not that. Not yet. Not yet. But you know. That's cool. We finally did that. That's pretty cool. I will go back to Pippa of Kirbagon Bengon when I have more of a brain to do it, because like I crashed out super hard, so we'll do that when I can. On Thursday I am going to play Reverse 1999's update because 3.7 comes out and I want to do it with you guys. And then this weekend, Gwen wants to try and do something, so we're gonna try and figure that out. So that should be fun. And yeah. And then Tuesday of the following week, I'll figure out what we should play. Because technically we are done with that. So if you guys wanted to do something different, we can. Or I can continue on to chapter 2. It's up to you. It's up to you guys. Should we watch some kind of recap video for Reverse, seeing that it's the finale to the main story? Some kind of recap video for Reverse. Yeah. I'll see what I can find. And we can watch that first. And then we'll go into it. Maybe while like the updates downloading and everything on the computer, we can watch that. So we'll watch that so everyone can get caught up. And then we'll play the update. So that'll be fun. Oh, I'm freezing up for no reason. Because literally nothing's playing right now. Yo, I need a better computer. I'm fighting for my life here. I'm fighting for my life. Alright, I'll figure it out. I'll figure what I want to do. Let me look at my Steam library here. I have Poppy playtime? Since when? Since when? Okay. I guess I have Poppy playtime. That's crazy. Alright, what do we got? We got... Yeah, I'm right here with you. I'm like, well, since when? Bendy and the Ink Machine. We've already played Doki Doki Literature Club. We played Kato's Post Office. Cinderella Phenomenon. That is a visual novel. More lighthearted. Hollow Knight. I could play that. I could play Hollow Knight. Higurashi no Nakakura ni Chapter 1. I don't want to break into Higurashi until after we've finished Umineko. Night in the Woods. I would be happy to play that on stream. I have not played that as Kifé. So that would be fun to play on stream. No One But You. That's another visual novel. We could play that. Pinstripe. Could play that too. Slime Rancher. I have not played that on stream as Kifé, like the original Slime Rancher. Among Us. I'd have to play with friends. Play Baba Is You? I could play Baba Is You, actually. I could do that. It's on my Switch. Blue Archive. I'm currently banning myself from that. Content warning, have to play with friends. Disgaea 2 I got from Knights. I could play that. I can't play this other game. That's not a game I can play on stream. Emily is Away. And Emily's Away 2. I could play those. I have not played those as Kifé. Because of the boycott. Yeah, I just wanna. Fate Samurai Remnant demo. Figment and Figment 2, I've never played those. Can't play that. Freedom Planet, I have not played as Kifé. I could play that. Gang Beasts, I'd play with friends. Golf with friends, I'd play with friends. Goose Goose Duck, I'd play with friends. Halls of Torment Prelude, I've not played that. Higurashi Chapter 1, 2, 3, and... No, 2, 3, 4, and 5. I'm gonna wait. Holocure. I've not played that yet. Ibn Ob. I would like to play that with Eli sometime. Inside of the Backrooms. I'd rather end my life in Minecraft. Life is Strange. I have not played that. Lethal Company. That would be with friends. Limbo. I have not played that as Kifé. We should do— yeah, wouldn't that be fun? Mimpy, I've not played it as Kifé. Moonstone Island. That I played on my own. That would be fun. I could finish Murder of Sonic the Hedgehog. That would be cool. Muse Dash. I could get back to playing that. Narcissu. First and second. I'd have to vet that and see if it's okay to play. Noida. I've only played a little bit of. One Shot. Haven't played it. Oxygen Not Included. I gotta look up a training thing for that, and then we could play that together. Pal World, haven't opened up. Animal Party. I'd do that with— well, actually, I'm boycotting Animal Party, never mind. Passport Out. Haven't played it yet. Peak, play with friends. Apparently Poppy Playtime, we could play during October. Portal 2. I don't know who I could play that with. Psychonauts. I would play Psychonauts. Can't play those. Secret of Mana. That's gonna be a later thing. Serena. October game. Slime Rancher 2. I did start, but I never finished, so we could continue that. Stardew Valley. I did start, but I never continued, so I could start over because I don't know where I am. Sneak Out. I don't know what that is. Sword of Convaleria. I don't know what that is. Tales of Symphonia. I can finish that. Tattletale. October game. Terraria. Haven't played it yet. Tiny Glade. What? To the Moon, I hear is really good. I haven't played it yet. Undertale. Have not played that. That would be fun. Yeah. Mimpy? Mimpy is like, you play as like a puppy, and it's like a platformer puzzle game. It's really cute. I like it a lot. I played it not as Kifé. In an ancient time. But I would be happy to play it again because I don't remember most of it. So we have a lot of games we could play, and that's just on my Steam log. That's not even my Switch or my PS4. Now I must know this not Kifé lore. It's not that deep. It's not that deep. I used to stream not as a VTuber, but not as a face VTuber, or not as a cam tuber. That's not right. I didn't use a webcam. Yes. What? What do you want? What do you want? Where are you going? But I used to stream not as a VTuber. I didn't use a webcam or anything. And I was under the name of Kinetic Fennec. And I played a lot of games a long time ago. Face VTuber, oh yes, that's gonna be. I know, my brain is fried. I need some food in me. I also got distracted. But, no, like, before I was a VTuber, I tried just being a YouTuber streamer, and that didn't last very long. It was a very short time for me. And then I just did art for a long time. And then I was like, VTubing sounds really cool, and then I went to that. Of the ear VTubers? What? What did I say? What did I say that egged that on? But I played like a lot of things. I wasn't even really a streamer, I was a YouTuber, I guess. 'Cause I did like video parts, and then sometimes I would stream, and it was very, very minute. But I mostly like posted videos and parts, like Gang Grumps type beat, and it was mid. It was a mid era for me. The existence of FaceTubers implies the existence, or face VTubers implies the existence of other body parts. Oh yeah, that's true. Disgusting ear VTubers, god. But yeah, no, I never played them as Kifé, so I could play them, and it's been over 10 years, so it'll be like fresh content for me too. Yeah. I had played Bendy, I'd played Tattletale, I played Mimpy, I played Freedom Planet or whatever. That's a long time. Yeah, it was a long time ago. Quite literally a decade. Over a decade. Over a decade. Over. It was like 2010. Over a decade. I don't think it was actually 2010, but it was like around that time. It was a very, very long time ago. Yeah, on a sketchy Apple disk drive. It was on a it was on an Apple Mini. It was on an Apple Mini. I was going to college at the same time. It was very, very rough time for me. And I had a snowball mic. I was barely getting by. And it's funny because when I started VTubing, I had the same equipment. I had the same equipment, and then it started dying. And I finally caved in because Gwen was like, you should probably upgrade your stuff. and I did a payment plan on my current PC and an Elgato mic. And I have the same webcam, the same exact one. She was like, get an iPhone, and I was like, I cannot do that. And someone gave me a nice keyboard, and I already had a Razer mouse, so that was that's my setup since it's been 6 years, I think. And now my computer's starting to shit itself. So, oop. Did it have the same mic quality as a crappy webcam mic? It did. It was not very good. You could hear everything. So when I got the Elgato mic, I was like, whoa! It's like, oh shit. This is what quality sounds like. Which, I know for a fact I'm not using this to its fullest potential. I don't know audio at all. I am not using this to its fullest potential, and it's still getting me by. I'm losing my voice. This is crazy. Don't call me for voice acting. I can't read lines and I lose my voice too quick. And I also don't know how to voice characters well, so don't call me. I won't call you either. No. The webcam I have is alright, I guess, but it's definitely not the iPhone shit that Gwen recommended. She's like, you can get a cheap one for really, like, a really good price. I'm like, I can't. I'm poor. Not gonna happen. My bad. My bad, fam. But, you know, this works out. I've got this, like, mock thing that kind of acts as, what is that called? It acts as a V-bridger. It, like, pretends it's V-bridger for me. Which is why it's, like, sometimes kind of like, eh, and then sometimes it's really, really good. Yeah, it's, like, pretend V-bridger for webcam. It's jank, but it makes me feel like I am a good VTuber. Yeah. So we have a lot of options. I should probably, now that I think about it, I should probably finish Tales of Symphonia. And now that I've finished Human Echo Chapter 1, I will take the grueling time to put together all of the chapters together, streams, and cut them down so that they're just like a clean straight through. And I'll post that as a mega mix on YouTube for anybody who just wants to recap on it when we eventually go into Chapter 2. And then I'll do the same thing when I finally finish Tales of Symphonia. I'm actually pretty deep in, so I'll be able to, I'll finish that and then I'll put it all together and I'll post that as a mega mix also, so people can just like watch it all together, because it's gonna be like, what happened? Huh? The what? And it's like, no, I'll just put it all together. It'll be fine. You know what? And I should do the same thing with Mario RPG. Finish that and then just mega mix it so everyone can just watch it together. Look at me trying to be responsible and orderly, organized, if you will. And then after all that, I don't know. I'm like, I would love to draw, but I'm like scared because there's all that like news that like Twitch is gonna train AI on your content, and I'm like, well, I don't want it to train on my art. That's annoying. So I'm kind of like variety gaming and I don't know, reaction right now because I'm scared until they verify whether or not they're going to let you opt out. I know it's not in effect yet, but like, what if it gets in effect and then it pulls what you have up previously? And it takes a little bit for like VODs to disappear. I don't know. Maybe I'm being a conspiracy theorist. I don't know. I need to eat food. I need to make food and then I need to eat food. So I will be back on Thursday. I have an interview tomorrow, so everybody have me in your thoughts that I'll do well. Be like, good luck, Kifé. Don't fuck up. Because I could really use it right now. Could really use it right now. Take care and thanks for the stream. Thank you. Thank you for coming. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate you. Alright. I had an energy drink and I'm still tired. I'm gonna get some food. Thanks for the stream, of course. Thank you for coming by. I will try, but my thoughts bounce around at this speed of a particle accelerator. Damn, that's crazy. That's crazy, yo. Crazy, Dio. Well, even if I'm just in your thoughts for just a moment, maybe it'll put it in the universe that I will do better. Alright. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming. Bye-bye.